Hello, can you guys hear me? And let me know if the music is on too loud too. I wanted to keep the music in the background. I'm still sick, so if I sound like a man, it's because I'm still sick. I wanted to let my body do its magic and get myself better. But I'm getting older, so I realize I have to take medicine now. I can't just rely on my myself to get better. It's just my immune system isn't what it used to be. So I'm still sick because I refuse to take medicine. And I just started taking some medicine yesterday. So I have like a head cold and I've been coughing to death. So I know my voice sounds a little bit different. So if you can hear me, I don't know if Irby, if you're still here, let me know. Titi, you're going to talk about going late. Oh, man. I'm telling you, and I drank some coffee so I can stay awake, Irby, because I woke up mad early this morning. I was like, I told Fulan, I said, I'm going to try to go on like 8, 9 o'clock my time, which is 9, 10 o'clock you guys' time, and it just never works out that way. It never, ever, ever works out that way. But since I do have to work Monday, I said I have to go live today. I wasn't going to try to do it on a Sunday late because the last time I did that, it killed me. I was like, I can't do a late stream like that. So it has to be a Friday or a Saturday. So I wanted to talk about, I guess this week's events, with the BAFTA Awards and Bill and Hillary Clinton and what's going on in Cuba. I text Fulana, so hopefully she's not sleeping yet. But I was supposed to be on an hour ago, so I'm gonna make it fast, hopefully, and you know, we can get to it and get through it. I was going to start with Cuba first if Fulana was here, but I guess I'm not gonna start with Cuba first. Irby, what should I start with? BAFTA and what happened with Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo was I guess they were gonna announce an award or something, or they were gonna announce an award. I don't know if I should start off with that since that one's a little funny. I had a conversation with somebody who, we said that the N word shouldn't have been they shouldn't have been offended by it, even by the person that said it. But it's funny how dude with Tourette's picked the N word. Like, I know um they can't control their impulses, but it's crazy how when they have that handicap, it goes to curse words. Like if it happens when they're little, like where do they learn it? I was like, what triggered them to say the N word when he saw black people? Does he use that word when he sees white people since he can't control it? It just seemed weird to me. Hey, third, how are you? What'd you say? Oh, you got the cooties. I do. And I sound horrible, third. I've been coughing and choking up. Do you agree with me, cynical one? His choice of words to me seems a little bit I don't know, I don't buy it. And they say, oh, but he has a handicap, blah blah blah. He can't control it. I say, yeah, but look at the word he chose. He didn't say, a hole. He didn't say mother effer. He chose the N word. Okay, thank you. Because I'm just like, why did he pick the word? Why did he pick that particular word when he saw black people, American black people? And he's from the UK. Well, I know they do use the word. I heard that they do use it in the UK, but still, it's like, come on now. I think sometimes he didn't say idiot. Right, he didn't say that. He said the other word. He would have used those words if he didn't have exactly. That's what I'm trying to say, because what made him just come out and say it? Come on now. That's why I think that these handicaps that have come out in the past. I mean, I think Tourette's has been around for a while, but a lot of these handicaps or disabilities that have been coming out in the last 20 years, I think it's BS. Like, excuse me, hold on, I gotta go on mute. I think these disabilities are BS. Tourette's or not, that seems like a convenient excuse. Exactly. When people choose to use racial slurs, it's like a choice because you have to think. You have to think about saying it before you say it. He could have said anything else. Well, that's what I'm trying to say, because I've heard of people with Tourette's and that they can't control their impulses. And it seems like the impulses is not to say, I love you, or I want to kiss you, I want to hug you. It's always to say, F you, or call you a bitch, or, something stupid. So what kind of disability is that only triggers a profanity? I've never heard of that before. That's crazy. Lord, he said, and aren't ticks caused? Yes, by triggers. That's what I figured, right? So that's why I said when he saw them, that's the word that came to mind. That's what he got triggered by. He saw black people, because he could have chose any other words if he wanted to insult them. If the ticks are, profanity, why did he choose those words? And it happens to be black people. Come on now. My brother was autistic and he wasn't colorist because he was actually a decent human being. Well, I'm going to talk about that too, the cynical one, because I'm talking about disabilities, and autism is I have a video that I want to show with a mother and son that you've probably seen, who he's autistic, and you know he's like out of control. I think he's not 18 yet, I don't believe. Hold on a second, I'm sorry, I'm talking so much, I gotta keep talking. So he's like out of control. He's very aggressive. He's very um he puts his hands on his mother, in other words. Right? And I was looking at the comments. This was a TikTok video, and I was looking at the comments, And some people say, "Oh no, you know that's how they get. Sometimes you have to be patient." And other people were like, "No, you got to teach them not to do that. And if you teach them young, they'll know not to do that. They know what they're doing." That's just like someone with Tourette's that's homophobic, and when they have a tick, the first thing they say, "Third, I'm going to show the video because there happened to be somebody who's in the community, and when the same dude at the same award show had his ticks, he didn't use anything, any sort of profanity towards his community." That's why I find it a little bit odd there. Hey Fulan, I'm glad you're awake. My bad. I was struggling with the thumbnail. I thought everything was good. I washed my face. I went to the bathroom, made some coffee. I come back and I see this error message, and I'm like, oh, I got to start over again. It said, finally, you show up to the party. Exactly. Please hit that like button, everyone. But yeah, third, I'm about to show the video. So I guess I'll talk about Cuba in a little bit if Fulano decides to come up on the panel. Cynical Titi, they're making Tourette excuses. Yes, I think it's an excuse. I swear to you, I think it's an excuse because, like I said, out of everything he could have said, that's what he chose to say. Like, and it just happens to be black people. Like, get the F out of here. So, hold on. I'm gonna play the video. Let me just stop the music. Un momento. Is the music loud? I like listening to the music in the background. Let me pause it. All right, give me a moment. Let me do my fair use just in case, fair use, fair use. Let me play this video. Okay, I got 3 of them, so listen to the first one.
Good evening. Deborah and I are delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making. Good evening. Deborah and I are delighted to be presenting the first BAFTA of the night for a vital part of movie making.
My bad, people. Did you hear me gagging? I thought I hit the mute button. But did you hear that? Clear as day, right? Thank you. I thought I hit mute. My bad if you heard me choking to death. But Fulano was late because she was busy. Buddha. That's right, she was. Oh, but not Mexican third. That's the opposite. But okay, so you heard it, right? Clear as day, right? All right. Now, I'm going to play BAFTA's response. No worries, you were. I've been under the weather for a week now, but I keep trying to hit mute. So, the BAFTA Academy, because the BAFTA awards are equivalent to the Academy Awards here, but this is just in the UK. So they were being nominated for Sinners, which was a great movie. I saw the movie. I'm glad that they were. I didn't think that they would act any other way. They were surprised, but they kept on going. But it's like I heard that this was like, the UK is 5 hours ahead of us, so they had time to. I heard that they edited out when somebody yelled something about Free Palestine or something like that. They edited that part out, but they didn't edit this part out. So it seems like they purposely left it there to, I guess, to trigger the community to get more exposure, because I never heard of the BAFTA Awards up until this incident. So maybe they just wanted us here stateside to know about what was going on. I don't know. And the guy with Tourette's, they made a movie about him called something Swear, something. I gotta go back and look. But they were making a movie about him too. That's why he was there. I love Sinners. I saw it once in the theaters and 2 times on Amazon Prime. Yeah, I didn't get to see it in the theaters. I saw it on Amazon Prime. I've heard of it, but I never paid attention to it. Oh, you should. It's actually good. I liked it. It's actually good. It's realistic too, even though and I love vampires, but it's realistic, So let me play the second video, which is the BAFTA's Academy's response to the incident. Okay.
Tourette syndrome activist John Davidson has issued an apology following the BAFTA incident where his tics led him to say a racial slur out loud while Michael B. Jordan and Delroy Lindo were presenting on stage. The campaigner, who is the inspiration behind the film I Swear, said he was deeply mortified if anyone considers my involuntary tics to be intentional or to carry any meaning. He added he has spent his life trying to support and empower the Tourette's community and to teach empathy, kindness, and understanding from others, and shared that he left the ceremony early as he was aware of the distress his tics were causing. The incident sparked debate and backlash online, with many criticizing the BBC for not initially editing out the slur. Soon after, the BBC issued an apology and took down that version from the iPlayer. Actor Delroy Lindo expressed his thoughts shortly after the event in a conversation with Vanity Fair, saying he and Michael did what we had to do and continued on, but wished someone from BAFTA spoke to us afterward. Since then, the BAFTA organization also issued an apology and acknowledged the harm this has caused. The statement included the steps the Academy has taken to inform people of John's tics, and continued saying, "We apologize unreservedly to Michael and Delroy and to all those impacted, and thank Michael and Delroy for their incredible dignity and professionalism." They also thank John's dignity and consideration of others and what should have been a night of celebration for him. BAFTA stated they will take full responsibility, they will learn from this, and keep inclusion at the core of all we do. Tourette syndrome activist
Keep inclusion in all they do. That's like the HR comment when something like this happens, when it's like racially motivated. I was like, no, they did it. They yeah, that was some bullshit. That, just say I'm sorry, that'll never happen again. But I think they did it on purpose. They wanted that. I'm sorry, hold on a second. They wanted that to happen. So that's how it went down. But that's also a suspense movie. I would definitely love to see that. He says, Fulana, that's like me having Tourette, yelling out a slur in Little Havana. What do you think would happen? That's what I'm trying to say, right? But like Cynical once said, you get triggered, right? So something has to trigger you to make that happen. So is he triggered by black people? Does he not get along with black people in the UK where he's from? Like, what's going on with that? And I have one more video to show you. I think this guy's going to talk about. I think he's gonna make light of it. I'm not sure, but let me just play the video so you can see it.
Just a few moments, and yes, and artists who let us leave behind the daily litany of problems this hurly-burly world flings at us for just a few moments, and yes, with their incredible cinematic sorcery, allow us to believe that maybe, just maybe, everything's going to be okay. Actually, just a few moments, and yes, and artists who let us leave behind the daily litany of problems this hurly-burly world flings at us for just a few moments, and yes, with their incredible cinematic sorcery, allow us to believe that maybe, just maybe, everything's going to be okay. Actually, just a few moments, and
You do this one. So, you see now, the guy was clearly, when he said BAFTA, Black Actors Furious Tourette's Association. I can curse someone out and blame Tourette. Exactly. And you could do it like at work, some place where it's not accepted and you can get in trouble for it. Oh, I have Tourette. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like they're using the disability as a cop-out to me. So this gentleman was speaking. The guy was yelling. It's obvious he's in the community to me, right? And he didn't use any offensive language towards that community while he was speaking. He was speaking out, but he didn't use anything offensive. So he's not triggered by them, but he's triggered by black people. I mean, come on now. They killed me. That to me was like that. They were full of shit. That one, they were definitely full of it. Let me see. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think they were full of it. I think they were completely full of it. The Academy apologizing afterwards, and then you heard what they said about it. It's just like, had it been the small hats, it would have they would have had the person would have had to make a public apology. They probably would have the person that did it would have to make the public apology. The Academy would have had to apologize. It would have been on the papers. They would have went on the news and said it. It would have been a different outcome had it been that community. But that's what I did. Old dude knew better than to use a racial or homophobic slur against the white. Yeah, yep, exactly. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like he didn't. If it's something that he can't control, that didn't happen. He didn't use that. So come on now. And I believe that guy. I guess I got the wrong video. He was trying to say like it's just Tourette's. It's just not to take it seriously. A lot of people were saying that like they can't control it. It's Tourette's. Like, and I'm like, no, there has to be some. I don't know. There has to be some level of control. Who's ever heard of that? That you have a disability that only triggers profanity. I don't know. It's just like thank you. It's just like what is this? Anxieties, right? I have a few family members who used to talk about anxieties, and I used to think it was BS. Like anxieties, come on now. I have ADHD, right? And I instead of taking medication for it because the doctor wanted to put me on Ritalin when I was little, and my mom sought a second opinion, and she said, the other doctor said they could put me on Ritalin, but that is a gateway to do drugs when I get older. Like that would have just been like a gateway drug, right? So I went to therapy instead. One moment. The alternative at the time, and I was like 6, 7 years old. The alternative at the time was therapy. So I used to see a therapist when I was younger. I remember going there, and he would ask me questions and crap like that. But anyway, so I had that. I was inquieto. Inquieto in English is like I couldn't sit still. I was always into something or doing something. Like my mother, she said I couldn't leave you alone for 5 minutes because you would get bored with what you're doing and you had to go do something else. And sometimes it was stuff that would put me in danger. So my mom, for sure, she would beat the shit out of me. Like she didn't tolerate that. When I was acting up or acting out, she would put her hands on me. And sometimes, and I've told people this before, she used to go far, like too far, like in this day and age she would have been locked up for it. But she controlled it. That controlled how far I was going to do with whatever I couldn't control, supposedly, because she was going to control it. My parents never believe it. It's real, Irby, but as a kid, your parent still has to control you, right? Even if you have that, you still have to have some sense of control. You might have to be a little bit more patient because they have a condition, but you have to find a way to live with it and control it to a certain extent. Especially, if you know right from wrong. I mean, I can speak, I can express myself. I wasn't dumb in school, so she knew at some point I was very aware of how I was acting out. So, they believe in whipping. Yeah. I was aware of what I was doing, so she didn't fall for the okie doke. I couldn't use that as an excuse. Tasmanian thing. I was a handful. I'll tell you that much. If I was a boy, I would have been worse. But you aren't a cruel person. Nope, never was. That's why you burned engaging and messed up your behavior. Exactly. So my mother, and don't get me wrong, even with all that going on, I was still a handful, but I was aware of consequences when I did things. So I knew what I was gonna do or what I wasn't gonna do because I knew what the consequences would be. So I was smart enough as a kid to say, well, you know what? If I do that, this is gonna be the consequences. So let me not do that, but I'm gonna do this because I'm okay with whatever happens if I do that. I used to rationalize my BS when I was younger, so that's the kind of kid I was. So some people don't know how to deal with people with disabilities. Right, Jose, but you still, back in the day, Jose, and I think you're old enough to know this as well, when you had some sort of disability, they all labeled it as a mental illness. Everybody was schizophrenic. What did they do with schizophrenics back in the day? If you didn't act supposedly in quotations normal, they slapped you in a mental institution. So you didn't have to deal with the public and nobody had to deal with your BS. So it's not that people don't know how to deal with it. It's that there has to be some sort of like a rehab. Like I remember when I was growing up, the building that I lived in for people who were I want to say mentally hacked. We don't use the R word anymore, but they were mentally handicapped, and they would help them have independent living, right? Because their parents are not going to be able to take care of them for the rest of their life. They would have to live in a structured environment, but there was people there to help themselves to be independent, help them get a job so that they can, sustain themselves to an extent, so they can have some sort of independence. And they did. They had to control themselves. Fulana could tell you, we worked at a job where they used to have these people there, and we had to learn how to deal with them, but we didn't deal with anybody with any outbursts. I don't know if you're still in the chat, Fulana, but remember the people we used to have to work with? Remember? Oh my God, I'm gonna have to drink water. Jose said that is true though. Yeah, it's hard. You want to, and like I said, you have to be more patient. But at what point, how far does your patience go? My brother was a decent person because he had a good heart. The dude with Tourette's has a nasty soul, and that's why he engages in effed up behavior. Now, you say your brother has a good heart, but that has to do with how he grew up as well, And if he didn't, let's say he was a little aggressive and stuff, then maybe your mom would have had to say, okay, we're going to have to try to control his behavior, as much as you can, because, you can't control everything because, yes, the person has a disability. So that's a learning curve. That's something that you're not going to be able to fully control. But you have to have some level of control. You have to have some sense of control. You have to create boundaries, even with somebody who has that. Let me get some water. Hold on one second. Okay, so damn, I felt better. So yeah, I think that there has to be accountability on both parts. The dude with Tourette's, and I'm gonna read you know what? Let me see if I can get a definition for Tourette's. Hold on. Maybe I need to understand a little bit better. So it says Tourette syndrome is a neurodevelopment disorder characterized by involuntary, repetitive movements and vocalizations called tics, typically appearing between the ages of 5 and 10. Imagine that, 5 and 10? Where do they get to, where do they hear such profanity? While there is no cure, symptoms often peak in early teens and improve by adulthood. It is often associated with ADHD, OCD, and anxiety, with treatments focusing on behavioral therapy, and medications to manage severe symptoms. Symptoms of Tourette syndrome: tics are classified as simple, few muscles, or complex coordinated patterns and can be motor or vocal. Motor tics are eye blinking, shoulder shrugging, head jerking, facial grimacing, and jumping. Vocal tics: throat clearing, sniffing, grunting, barking, coughing, or rarely shouting inappropriate words. Premonitory urges: an uncomfortable sensation such as tension or an itch that precedes the tic. Characteristics: tics vary in severity, and they come and go and can be temporarily suppressed. The causes: the exact cause is unknown, but it is considered a genetically determined neurological condition. It is likely inherited as an autosomal dominant trait, though not everyone with that gene shows symptoms. Risk factors of males are 3 to 4 times more likely to be affected than females, and family history of Tourette's, tics, or disorders increases the risk. So, you see, they say it's rare that they yell, they get those urges like that to yell. So You know, it's bullshit to me. And he got him. They made a movie about him, and he's making money off of that. You know that he's shedding light on this Tourette's thing. So what? Everybody's gonna go to the doctor now and say, "Oh, every time I'm at work, I just I start doing this," and your doctor's gonna write you off that you have Tourette's. And you know, in this country, I don't know if Trump is gonna stop that, but every time you have some sort of disability, you get a freaking check for it. You know, so come on now. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna show you the video of the young man that he has autism and how his behavior is. Let me put the fair use, and let me get this video. Oh man, I didn't upload it. Oh, I didn't upload it. Oh man, I gotta look for it. Jesus, I thought I uploaded it. Let me see. Let me see, because his the way his aggressiveness is like he's already a teenager, so that means that he has strength now. He's probably stronger than his mother, and that's kind of hard. Okay, yeah, I never uploaded it. Okay, hold on a second. No, I never uploaded it. But yeah, the kid is he's you know, he's a teenager, so he has strength now. And when you see the mother, you'll see what I'm talking about. Like, she knows he would probably treat her ass. And I'm just like, I couldn't live in a house like that. Like, I have to have some sort of control. We have to have some sort of control. Hold on. I'm uploading it now, but you have to have some sort of control. Fulana, hit the panel. I think she fell asleep. So I'll talk about Cuba briefly unless anybody else wants to talk about it. Give me a second. I got a cough again. Elon has Asperger's and they blame his behavior on that. Nah, Elon would have been vile if he had exactly. So, but you know what they say when you have Asperger's. I mean, you're still super smart and all that. There's just certain things that you know, I think it's like an awkwardness with Asperger's. I don't know, and I guess it's the severity of the Asperger's. So I don't know. Let me play it now. I'm gonna play the video now. Let me just put the fair use thing up again. Fair use, and let me put up this this video. Sit down. We're trying to clean this mess up. Stop.
A viral video circulating online is raising serious concern after showing a mother struggling with her autistic son. In the footage, the young boy is seen acting out, kicking and hitting his mother, throwing food, destroying household items, and even breaking windows. Despite the chaos, the mother remains patient, trying to cope while understanding that her child has special needs. The video has gained tens of millions of views and sparked intense discussion across social media. Many viewers in the comments are urging the mother to seek professional help, warning that the situation could become dangerous if it continues. While some praise her patience and strength, others worry about both her safety and the well-being of her son. Some believe the videos may be a cry for help, a way to bring attention to a situation that often goes unseen. As the video continues to spread, people are offering prayers and support, hoping this family receives the help they need before it's too late.
I have nails that is already up here, that I put up here. This is like...
Now, what do you guys think about that? Like, you see how he's getting, like, doesn't she need to control him? He's out of control. The boy needs to get checked. That's what I'm trying to say, Irby. Like, so the way he's acting, you saw, I think he spit on her and everything. I don't know if that was the video. Where's the father? But does it matter where the father is? Like, you know, the mother should have, if the father's not there, the mother still has to control it. She can't wait around for a man to do it. but my brother was disciplined. See, unlike that's what I'm trying to say, cynical one. That means that your parents set boundaries. They have to have some sort of discipline. I'm not laughing at the kid. I'm laughing at Irby. Yeah, because he's trolling again. That's why I'm like, oh, Falanas. I don't know if he's trying to piss me off with that, but she's just as Cuban as I am because we're both half Cuban. But it's his environment. Well, what do you think about his environment, Fulana? Because the house was clean. And look, the parts that were messed up is because he tore it up. They said that he was tearing up the house. And look at her. She has a pan in her hand, and she didn't use it. And I guess maybe she's afraid to use it because if she does, that means that the social services will come in, and take him away or say she's being abusive. I don't know how they act in that house. Yeah, that's true. That's true, but they said that they think she's trying to get help because that's not the first video I've seen, Fulana, on TikTok of her with her son. There's several videos of him acting out. So it's like, who's recording it and watching him act that way? Because if that was my brother and my mother had the pot in her hand and she can't control him, then I'm gonna have to try to step in and control it. Like somebody has to say, dude, calm the hell down. Because I'm sure he knows who to do it with. There are boys who cut up a bit less when it comes to their father. That's true, right? Regardless of the handicap, right? It's still like that. My friend lives this every day. So, okay, Falana, because I know who you're talking about. So is he aggressive now? Because I know he's older now. I don't know if he's like 10 years old yet or anything, but is he aggressive now? Is he like that? Yes, he hits. Oh, but does he hit other people though, Falana? Because I've heard about that when they try to do stuff to themselves. That's unfortunate. But yeah, I've heard of that. But does he try to hit his mom or does he try to hit anybody else? Is he acting aggressive that way? I like how transparent you are. Well, you have to be, right? Because the kids they don't ask to be born this way, right? I have my own feelings about how autism came about because before I was born, autism wasn't a thing. So, or it wasn't as popular, if that's the right word to use, as it is now, as it has been in the past 20, 25 years. It's like every other kid born that I know has autism. It's not an uncommon thing. A lot of kids have autism. She disciplines him, okay, but sometimes it doesn't work. It's hard. Okay, but she's making the effort to do it, Fulana. So I think that maybe with continued discipline, the way she's trying to do it because she's just not letting him run amok, the way she tries to do it. Hold on one second, people. So yeah, and that I think would limit. Right, she's the parent exactly. So that would limit. I think that would limit how far he would go because he's going to become a man one day. Whether he reaches that mentally, he will be physically. So it's like if you know that this, I'm gonna have to, I'm always gonna have to take care of him. I can't live in the same house with him and live in fear. And it's crazy, Fulana, because there's a lady on TikTok. I know you're not on TikTok. She's a Cuban lady, and her son. They said that he was on drugs. I don't know if he was on drugs and if he got into a fight or something happened, and he has a neurological disorder now. So he's not normal anymore, but it looks like he was at one point. And I swear to you, every time I see her interact with him, because she tries to normalize everything, and she's putting it on video. Sometimes people shouldn't put everything on video, but she's putting it on video. And every time I see the interaction, I see him one day bugging the F out on her. He's going to beat the crap out of her. Like, she's going to be on the news one day and they're going to say that he killed her. I'm sorry. That he deleted her. That's the word I need to use. That he deleted her because he seems like he was normal at one point, but he's not anymore. And whatever he has going on, it seems like he can get aggressive. So it's a little scary that, when people have these disabilities and these disorders and they become adults, because that's, the Tourette's thing to me I don't know. People, I think it's bullshit to me. Tourette's, I think is bullshit. When I'm talking about autism and stuff like that, stuff that you can't control, that you just reach a certain level of maturity, I guess, or something, and there's just a part that you just don't pass. But I think Tourette's is just a convenient disorder, almost like bipolarism. It says it's because she didn't rectify it. That's true. That's true. But I don't know. I think that at that award show, it was a cop out. They said that he felt bad and he left afterwards. I guess he apologized for it, and like Delroy Lindo said, he would have appreciated the Academy approaching him and letting them know that they heard it, they feel bad about it, they're on top of it, like just show some accountability because it was their show. Because like I said, had it been the other group that had happened to, the outcome would have been different. We've seen that manifest on the internet and on TV, so we know when you say certain slurs and stuff, there's consequences for it, and they don't care if you have a disability. So all right, I guess we focused a lot on that. Fulano, do you want to come in the panel about Cuba, or you just want me to show the videos and I can just keep talking? Because I don't mind talking, since I've been talking for almost an hour. All right, let me just go on mute, cough, drink some water, and get some more drops. Give me a second. Get boba. I'm like, why Fulano's not coming on the panel? Because I never dropped the freaking link. I just realized that I was looking for it while I'm trying to drink water. I never dropped the effing link. Oh my god. Hold on, let me pin the link. Let me see if I can pin it. Yeah. Okay. What did Irby say that you agree with? Just playing cynical. I surrender East Coast tonight. Oh Lord. But yeah, whatchamacallit, I think it's an excuse. The Tourette's to me is an excuse. I don't like when they use certain things to justify bad behavior. You know what I'm saying? Like, you still have to correct it at some point. You might not be able to be perfect with it, but you have to correct the behavior at some point. I've seen people who are crazy, who are schizophrenic, and there's a level, there's a point where they don't go past. So it's just like they're aware of what they're doing. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes when people use these handicaps, I'm like, that's BS. That's bullshit. You can't do that. Full on my Cuban queen. Irby is crazy. Irby, I don't know how you don't have a queen yet, and you're right smack dab in the middle of all that. You should have a Cuban woman, girlfriend or wife, and you should have about 3 kids by now, Yes, and go on. There can't be any excuse for bad behavior like that. Not like that. Like, at some point there has to be some accountability taken. And with this guy, it was just words. So, but it triggers black people when it's white people saying it. And like I said, it's just funny that he picked the word to blurt out, and it happens to be black people. Now, if he would have said it and it was white people, like the guy that was in the alphabet community, if you would have called him that and just said it, then we'd be like, damn, it is Tourette's. He can't control it. Look, that's the one that came out, So come on, man. I don't know. I don't get it. Hey, Fulana, you don't have to stay up long. You can stay just for the Cuba segment if you want. It's just that I keep
Hey,
coughing and I can't talk.
do I have an echo or I'm good?
You're good. No, you're fine.
Okay.
You're absolutely fine. But I wanna marry. Oh, married is past tense. You know your grammar's horrible, Irby. I mean, it's really bad. I would think that you wasn't born in this country the way you type. Your grammar is horrible. But so what are your thoughts before we jump to Cuba? What are
About
your thoughts on the BAFTA Awards, the dude with Tourette's, and then the kid that has autism? The video that I showed about the kid with autism.
the Tarek one, he was obviously he was thinking that, so he said it.
Hmm.
Because like, come on, you didn't see it throughout the night.
It's too coincidental, like how right?
Yeah, he meant it.
Because
And
I
then
uh huh
what was the other one?
the
The autistic kid.
yes.
That's hard. I see it.
Hmm.
That's a hard one.
But you like you just said your friend she does discipline as much as she can, right? So she does.
Right.
There
But
is some level of discipline there.
he's out of control, sometimes. Like he likes to climb things.
Right, he has his moments. Like, what do you call
Yeah,
them
like
when they act out? They
he,
have their moments. Like,
they end up in the emergency room a lot because they get hurt a lot.
oh, oh wow, oh wow, and that's what I'm trying to say. And that's for life.
Yep.
You know, you
Oh,
that's a kid, that's a child that you're gonna have to take care of until the day you die or whoever.
it's hard on
Unfortunately,
her. Trust
of
me.
course, of course, of course, it takes. That could add years onto you, Falana. Like, it's
Yep.
exhausting. I can imagine. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't just say, throw it all on the person that has a disability, but there has to be, hey, Sage, how are you? Thank you for stopping by. You can't, you know, throw it all on the person who has the disability or the handicap. But as a parent, when they're younger, I'm not even talking about as adults, because by the time they're adults, you're already used to it. They're used to you. I guess you have some way of, living with each other with it, depending on the severity. To see, like your friend you're talking about, I've never witnessed it, so I don't know. His sounds like it's pretty severe, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a little
Yeah.
extra.
So I mean, like the dude in the the one that I showed the video, you said, I don't know how they're living. So I
You
would
don't know
take it
how
by you saying,
chaotic it is. That's the behavior,
right, but to you, mhm.
Go ahead.
But to you, looking at the video, it didn't seem as severe, right? Like, do you see the child that you're talking about ended up like that one, the one that we saw in the video? Do you think he's ever going to be like that?
No, because she has them in a safe environment where things like that don't go on. There's no chaos, there's no arguing, things like that. She tries to keep the
Gotcha.
peace in the house.
Uh huh. Gotcha. Hold on, I gotta get my charger because my kid, no matter how many chargers he buys, he loses them all. He's always using mine. Okay, give me 1 second, Falana.
Hmm. Oh, I see Irby where he put.
I'm back, Falana. My bad.
You see, Irby said he wants to marry me. He finally admitted it after how many
Eso
years?
cuesta. Eso cuesta.
After how many years?
Pretend it's your channel. He's so stupid. But okay, so yeah, so you said that she has a safe environment for him. So
She has him in a lot of programs too. You got to keep these kids busy. You got to burn their energy out because a lot of these kids have trouble sleeping too.
Right, and then the programs that she has them in, it helps them cope and deal with what they have
Right.
going
And then
on.
someone comes to the house to give her a 2 hour break where she can do whatever she wants for those 2 hours while
Right.
they like watch him and do activities and learning activities and stuff like that. So early intervention is important. We don't know if this lady got early intervention.
But you know what, Fulana, in this country, when you have a child with a disability like that, you automatically have all these programs at your fingertips. You don't even have to pay if you don't have money.
Right, but she probably started late. See, my friend started before he went to school. Some parents don't start until after the school says, "Wait, we have a problem here."
And she would have known that he had a problem.
Right. So there's early intervention. If she would have had
Correct.
him in daycare, they would have noticed, and then that would have gotten the early intervention that that kid needed.
I'm saying as a parent, like you can't tell me
You
it's
know, there's
especially
some
every time you go to
ignorant
the
ass
doctor,
parents out there.
they have that stupid spectrum thing. I used to hate when I used to see that when I used to take my kid to the doctor, be like, oh, he's at the 90th percentile, and if they fall under something, you're already, having a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, even before you put them in a structured environment like that, if something is slow or they have a learning curve or disability or anything like that. But okay.
Right.
So all right. Let me see. Cuba. I put up a video that you what do you call that when you do that on Instagram? You share it? Like
I guess I
you
shared it
reposted it?
or
Yeah, like you
reposted,
posted
maybe.
it. Yeah, something
Mm-hmm.
like that. And Mr. Asian guy, you remember doing that with the Asian dude? I like the way
Oh,
he
girl,
broke
I
it
don't even know. Maybe I did. Yes, yes, I think I did. I
down.
remember that one.
So I said, okay, I think I'm gonna use this one because I like the way he broke it down. Because I understand that you want Cuba out of the dictatorship, and I think Cuba and is it North Korea? That's they're the last two countries, I guess, that have it, or I don't know. But I get it. But it's like the way you're going about it, or you're using that as a cover to say that we want them to be free of communism, but we're trying to do something else. And then what you're doing is you're not going after the government. You're not going in and taking them like you did Maduro. You're just gonna starve the fucking people and kill them, and then you're gonna, what I'm saying, like. Because what do you want the Canelo to do? You want him to want him to bow down and say, "Okay, man, coge todo." I'm ready to go. Like, you're not gonna do a coup. You're not
No,
gonna
they
try to.
they they want to do what they did in Gaza. They want to blow shit up and rebuild it and make it theirs. That's what they want.
But I'm just like, if you want it, why don't you do what you did in Venezuela? It's just as easy. It's easier, if anything. But yeah, like you said, they just want to blow stuff up, and it's like, why so? People are gonna die if they haven't already. But all right, let me play the video with the guy who's explaining what's going on in Cuba, or his take on that. Un momento. Let me put my fair use again. Fair use. And play the video.
We need to talk about Cuba. It's urgent. This is American imperialism. Right now, Cuba is crashing into chaos because of the oil blockade, and there's no electricity. School airports are all shut down. There's no clean water, and a hospital cannot even keep ICUs running. Trump is blocking every country from selling oil to Cuba. Here's a little bit of background. Cuba relies on importing 66% of the oil from Venezuela. Of course, the U.S. took over Venezuela oil industry by bombing them and seizing their president. This is the punishment that the U.S. hated Cuba for choosing independence over U.S. control ever since 1959 revolution toppled an American puppet dictator. All this blockade, the oil ban, is designed to make Cubans suffer so they will turn on their own government. Right now, China sent rice and solar power to Cuba, and the UN condemned the blockade. Also, America Flotilla, a coalition of activist unions and humanitarian group, is selling to Cuba with food and medicines. They're trying to break the blockade to deliver aid directly. I'm talking about this because this is not just about Cuba. The US thinks it can bully any country that defines them, and they can get away with it when we stay silent. We cannot stay silent for bullies. We should talk about this, share about this, stand with Cuba, just like how everyone stood up for Gaza. It is the same thing. I have a full article about this on Substack, link in bio. You can support me there. And thank you. Take care.
So you made the comparison to Gaza. So it is, I'm not too familiar with Gaza. I know what's going on in there, but not how they actually went about everything. So it makes sense. So I didn't realize that China was still trying to help them.
Yes.
It's crazy. Like even
Mexico
China.
too.
Mm-hmm.
They tried. China tried. Russia tried. U.S.
Yeah, but
I
like
don't
if Russia,
understand.
see, that's all the politics behind it, right? Because when cuando le sale del culo, Russia would do what they want to do anyway. Nobody's stopping them. Nobody's stopping China. So there has to be other stuff behind that.
It's money. It's tariffs. He's making them pay tariffs. They'll lose a lot of money. Nobody. It's all about money, land, takeover,
and then
power.
people are suffering for it. Like that's the worst part of it. That you're willing to, that's just casualties of war, and I'm gonna say war because of what's going on now. It's like they're throwing us into World War III now with what's going on. Like and they're saying that the small hats are behind that. Like I saw one video and I didn't know if I should upload it or not because I was like, damn, that's too deep. That they went there. The U.S. intervened because had Israel done it, it would have been a nuclear type of attack. I don't know if you heard that, or maybe that's a video that you reposted as well too. I think.
What was that?
That the U.S. It was a gentleman in the video saying that the U.S. went in and attacked them or did what they did because the other
Iran, you're
country,
talking about now.
yes, because
Okay.
the other country wanted to use nuclear weapons, supposedly, allegedly,
I don't
and to
know.
prevent that, the U.S. just went in and did what they did because they didn't want them to use any nuclear weapons, supposedly.
Honestly, it's a shit show. Every day of the week since this man
Is right.
has been in office has been a shit show.
We're going on year 2, right? And then
Girl, I'm exhausted.
and the midterm elections are coming up next month, right?
He's trying to stop it.
Yeah, I heard that there's something else he's going to try to do so he can control the ballots now. Some card he can play so he can control the ballots. Give me a second. They're doing it with the women. I mean, I just want to see what else he's going to come up with because now, well, they didn't get to put that into effect, right? That you have to have the ID has to match what? Like you have to have like a passport, something that has to match your birth certificate.
Right.
So
And if you're married and you change your last name, it's not gonna match your birth certificate.
right, but I don't think he got to pass that one. He tried,
The
but
hell if I know. So much shit happens every day. It's like you can't even keep up.
it's hard to keep up, right? That's why I'm saying like
Right.
I don't focus too much. I
Like
listen
I
to
can't
the
remember
music.
the end results on that topic because I'm too busy now on this topic. And then I wake up the next morning. Now it's Iran. Like,
I'm telling you.
and every day for me is Epstein. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to talk about that in a second because I want to talk about the Clintons too because I got a couple of videos on them.
Okay.
And the one I have on Bill is interesting, but Hillary, they're very, whatever. It's like what's going on with Cuba and what's going on in the Middle East now. It's another smokescreen for what we really need to focus on. I'm not saying that what's happening over there is not real. It's very real, but it's
It's
like
very real. A lot of Americans are gonna die for Israel. You
right.
see, homeboy flew out of there and went to go hide in Germany or somewhere.
Who?
What Natty, whatever, how you pronounce that man's
Nothing,
name?
nothing, whatever.
Yeah, yeah, him. He fled Israel
Oh, really?
because they hit Tel Aviv.
Yes, I saw that. Yes.
So he
But
got
that's what I
up
was
out
trying
of
to say
there.
last week, Fulana. With the
What was that?
influx of Muslims here, and what they're trying to do here is that they're trying to make this a Muslim country. People think that it's not going to happen in the UK. They're kind of almost overpowering it, and they're trying to get the same stronghold here. And what I was saying was that once they both get that, once they get their foot in the way they want to like that, then it's going to be Israel against them, and we're just going to be standing back like, bracing ourselves to see where it's going to happen. Like, are we going to all have to become Muslim, or you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I know it sounds
No, they're gonna move our
way
asses
ahead.
right up out the way. That's what
What
they
happened?
want. They
What?
don't want us here.
Right. But then they're going to be
And, and
fighting
and
each
the
other.
irony of Cuba is you're deporting people back to Cuba. You want to help Cuba. What the hell?
Well, they don't. I don't know what the end. I guess we'll find out once this is all, once the smoke clears, because I don't know what their agenda is. I don't understand. Once they get what they want and they start doing whatever it is they're gonna do, then we're gonna be like, you did all that for this, because
What is it that they want?
that's what
They
I'm trying
said
to say. Because
they
people don't
want to
got
make
nothing.
it better for the people. You don't give a shit about the people over there. And those
Right.
stupid Miami Cubans are out in the street celebrating something.
Yeah, I saw
Man,
that.
they
I
are
saw that.
ridiculous. When I tell you low IQ, they have the
Yeah,
lowest of the lowest, my dude.
they're
I don't
embarrassing.
know who the hell. Oh my God, I'm
They're embarrassing.
mortified. I want to change my name. I'm like embarrassed.
You don't gotta change shit, because when I'm on social media, and they'll be like, oh, the Miami Cubans.
I always, if you ever see a comment from me, I'm like, oh, Miami Cubans are different. I
Exactly.
try to comment on something the other day. I said Miami Cubans are a special kind of stupid. And do you know they stopped me from putting that in the comments?
I'm sure. I'm
I'm
sure. But
like,
no, a
really?
lot of Cubans are saying that though. We're definitely separating ourselves. We'll be like, oh, the
It's
Miami Cubans, because
horrible.
they're
It's
different.
embarrassing. It's horrible. I don't know who they think they are. I just don't know where they got all this chest
They not
from
my
to talk
people.
all that ish. Like, yeah, Cubans come here for an opportunity. Yes, they do, right?
Hmm.
But you have opportunity there too. You have free school. There's a lot of good doctors that come out of Cuba. You see, they already getting them out of Venezuela, trying to send them back to Cuba.
Oh, I got a
You know,
video on that too.
this
Hmm.
little cheese doodle thinks he runs the world, not the
What was I going
U.S.
to say? How you going to say that the doctors can't do their jobs, and other like
They always go to
what that got to do
Venezuela
with
to
the
do work,
embargo? They're in other countries helping out. That's a
right?
humanitarian thing. Being a doctor, like, get the fuck out. Like, that has nothing to do with money, and they don't make no money. You know that, because they're always
Man.
contracted
Oh
out.
yeah, they don't make that much money.
They don't make money. They're contracted
But
out.
that's the problem. Money is the root of all evil, my lord. Like Jesus. Look at what this man's doing with the money, our tax money.
I
Money that
know.
we pay taxes. We don't have any. Let's talk about it. Like we're bankrupt in America. And for some reason we got billions and billions of dollars to give to Israel, who have
And to go to
all
war.
the benefits. They got free health
Hmm.
care. They got all this shit we've been begging for.
Hmm.
And the reason they got it is because they're all white.
No, I think those are all small hats.
Come on, we know damn well that in America, the only reason everybody in America pays health care is because they wanted black people to pay for it back in the day.
That's true. And
Okay?
education.
So that's why they put a price on it. Because they
Education
said
too, because it was free.
they didn't want to give it to black people for free. So they put a freaking price on it.
Because my mom said city colleges and stuff used to be free. They love
See?
Trump. I know, but I didn't realize Irby, and like Fulana been going there since she was little, but I didn't realize the extent of these people until I saw it on social media, and then I was like, Fulana, oh my god! I was like, I never met Cubans like that ever, and they're here in Texas too, Fulana.
The stupid ones, like Miami ones.
Yeah, they're in Houston. They're not in Austin and
Of
San
course,
Antonio.
the red state
Houston,
ones. They're
yeah,
freaking horrible.
but they're in Houston. They're not in Austin or San Antonio. Yes,
I don't know
exactly.
what
Fulana
poor state
knows.
Fulana knows what. I can't see the chat all the time. I
The
gotta click
The
back and
Miami
forth.
Cubans.
Oh, they're
Irby wants to
horrible.
make it a point, I guess, because he's not Puerto Rican anymore. He wants to excommunicate me from being
Irby
Cuban,
is
but you could never do that
multicultural.
because I am Cuban. Oh, but what you gonna call it? No, but you see, but my mom's cousin is out there, and I never really heard, but she got her own thing going on over there, so I never really heard her. But she's been there. She came when she first got here. But she came here, then she went to Jersey, then she went to Philly, then she went to Miami. So she's been in Miami the past decade or so. But I'm it looks like it looks like she was living it up. I guess now she just really stays in the house. Your Dominican side showing. I know, right? Yeah, I don't know. They are a special bunch though. But I always say, and I'm not talking about the ones that are Marielitos because they have a different mindset. The ones before them, that's where they got that mindset from. Marco Rubio's parents. I'm talking about those Cubans and their kids. They have a certain mindset, and they're just anti-Castro because of what they lost. They're not anti-Castro. They didn't give a fuck about the communism or anything that's going on there. Yeah, she's half Puerto Rican, half Cuban, I think she is. Yeah, she's half Puerto Rican, half Cuban. But yeah, let me play the video with the
Irby love him
come
some Angie
into the chat.
Martinez.
What happened?
I said Irby loves him some Angie Martinez.
I see that he has a type. Hey, Hood Therapy, what's up? Thank you for stopping by.
Hi,
I like
Hood.
that picture. Huh?
No, I was saying hi to Hood.
Oh, hold on. I think that's let me how does this work? Give me a second. But I want to show that video with the doctors. That broke my heart because I'm just like, all right, if you're gonna stick with the blockade and all that, okay. But the doctors being doctors, that's not cool. Doing what they do, that's humanitarian work. That's not, whether they're getting paid for it or not, that's not that's not something you should do. And they're helping out countries that are just as bad positions as they are with regards to healthcare, So I think that's crazy. Let me play that video. I'm doing good, Hood. How you doing? She said, how y'all doing? Where's the doctors? Here we go. Let me play what? Let me do the fair use thing first. Fair use. And then let me play the video.
Nos afectarían a varias personas porque habemos bastantes que sí confiamos bastante en ellos. Incluso cuando vengo aquí, pues yo trato de buscarlos, que sí me gusta la atención que ellos dan. Entonces, si ya no vendrían, pues sí nos harían bastante falta, ¿verdad? Porque sí nos han ayudado bastante.
Necesario que hayan más médicos también porque se ve tanto aquí en el puesto de salud como en el hospital que no se dan abasto los médicos. Me atendió una médico que es cirujana y es cubana y me atendió muy bien, muy amable.
Es muy importante que ellos vengan a apoyar. Yo sé que ellos vienen de lejos y en poco tiempo creo yo que se van. Nosotros no quisiéramos, ¿verdad?, de que ellos se fueran para siempre. Si se van unos, que vengan otros.
in Honduras, they were crying. They were in tears, not wanting them to leave.
It's crazy.
Yeah, like, and they're good doctors. And not that I'm not saying that I'm surprised, but it's like when you don't have the incentive to make money, but I guess there is doctors like how it used to be back in the days. I guess when I used to watch Little House on the Prairie, and the doctor used to get a chicken, or you give him a dozen eggs or some shit for he could treat you, because they didn't make any real money like how doctors do now. So I guess they do it because they have a passion for it. Maybe that's what makes them good doctors too. But you see, and they need it. Like those countries need the doctors and stuff like that. So I don't know. But this is what we get because oh no, I'm not gonna play that. I'm not gonna play that. But before we get into the more, not that this is not serious, but before we get into that issue, I just wanted to throw a little New York City humor and why I'm glad that I don't take public transportation anymore.
Zone 6, the next stop will be 138. We have been held in the station momentarily. We should be moving shortly. Once again, we've been held in the station. We should be moving shortly. We thank you for your patience.
What the hell is she eating?
Her ass. I couldn't play
I'm like,
anymore. I had like
why
40
are you
seconds.
playing this?
Because I just wanted to break the monotony. I had like 40
Oh
seconds
my
more, but I
God.
was like, oh no, I can't watch anymore.
Her little
She was digging in her
dinkleberries.
ass, and whatever particle she was picking out of her ass, she was putting in her mouth.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I have another one because I'm equal opportunity. You're in Texas. Stop. What? Public transportation? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like even when I went to New York, I didn't take public transportation. I paid for Ubers. She said, "What?" I immediately looked away. Oh, yeah, Blamoon, I'm still sick. I thought that my immune system would, get me better like it used to, but this is like it's killing me. And I'm actually better now. I was worse before.
You had the flu? She must be cold.
No. Valentine's Day, I was out and about. It was really windy. I had on a sweater because when you're in Texas, the weather is bipolar. You don't know how to dress, or the thing is that sometimes the weather change, it goes through such extremes that your body can't catch up. So it's like you want to wear a jacket because it was cold yesterday, but it's 75 degrees. And then at nighttime, the temperature might go down or it'll stay the same, but the next day it'll be 40 degrees. You know what I'm saying? And you going out the way you went out the day before, and that's how you get sick. So even my son said it. He said, "Yeah, it looks like they say it takes about 3 days to get for the sickness that you're gonna get to come on." And that's exactly how it happened. It would happen on a Saturday. I got sick on a Tuesday, and this Tuesday just passed, and it's still bad. So I'm at the tail end of it, and the pain in the ass is that dry effing cough. And you feel like you're gonna cough up a lung when I'm coughing so hard. So I'm drinking water, I'm taking cough drops, I'm taking Robitussin, I'm drinking orange juice, I'm doing everything trying to get rid of it. Now I'm killing myself to get rid of it because I'm tired of it already. My chest hurts. I'm coughing so much, and I don't want this to turn to pneumonia or anything, because that's where it can go.
What are we talking about? I see that all the time. I don't take public transportation, Irby. I drive.
Look, he's saying Patterson because he's trying to
And
figure
then
out
he
where you live.
said Patterson. He must be like Googling what's the worst place in New Jersey.
No, I think he's been there.
Oh, he's been to. Oh, wait.
I mean, because people don't throw out Patterson like that. Patterson's not on the map. So,
Wait, Irby, tell us.
you know. You don't remember when I got into an argument that time and I tried to tell dude, I was like, yo, Patterson's not even on the map. Don't nobody know about an effing Patterson. About an effing Patterson. Newark they know about, but they don't know about
They know
Patterson.
about Patterson. They shoot everything up in Patterson on a
Yeah, but
daily
I mean, like
basis.
Patterson was not on the map like that. Like you knew about it because you're from Jersey, but people outside of Jersey didn't know about Patterson. Like, and we knew about Newark, but we didn't know about Patterson. I don't know if you understand that.
I get it, but trust me.
That's like saying Rochester, that's in New York. Like,
Sometimes I
yeah,
think
Rochester
Patterson is worse
bad.
than Newark. Newark is known for stolen cars.
Mm-hmm. No, I know Patterson now, and Patterson's more on the map now. But back in the 90s, to me, no. That's like saying upstate New York. Nobody knew about upstate New York. They know about the 5 boroughs, but they know about upstate New York.
Right.
You know, so I don't know.
I wonder what
Vicks and chicken
Irby
soup.
knows about Patterson.
Well, I see it all the time in Patterson. Yeah, yeah. Irby. Wait a minute. Don't you guys follow each other on Instagram? Have you seen what Irby looked like, Falana?
Irby does not have not one picture.
Oh no.
Nope.
Interesting. But yeah, my voice sounds different, Blood Moon, because I've been coughing to death. That's why. I know Patterson, but never been there. Yeah, Patterson has a little Washington Heights there too. In Patterson, oh, what's the one next to it? Not Patterson. What's the town next to Patterson? What's the other one?
Elmwood Park.
No.
Passaic.
Passaic. Yes, Passaic. Yeah.
Yeah, Patterson got a section for everybody.
I thought Dominicans took over Patterson now.
No, them Puerto Ricans got Patterson on lock.
Oh, so the Puerto Ricans still okay? Okay.
They don't play about the Patterson.
Flannel's like, nope, them Puerto Ricans.
Yeah.
I thought they all went south. South of the
Philly. One at my job, she be repping Patterson like it's
okay.
The best place to be. I'd be like, okay. Y'all got some good food.
I didn't like Patterson. When I told you,
I don't like Patterson at all. I would never
my
live
ex
in
was trying to get me to move there. I was like,
I'd
rather go back to the Bronx.
Yeah.
I was like, I'd rather move back to the Bronx than move here.
Nah, I could never.
I was like, that's a ghetto with houses. And back then it was worse than it is now, I think.
I don't care how great the deal is. I could never.
Yeah. Okay. So now we're gonna move on to the story that's the smokescreen for what we should really be talking about. At least
Fetty Wap.
Who?
He said Fetty Wap. Yes, Fetty Wap indeed is from Patterson, but his father is from where I'm from. And
really?
Fetty Wap grew up in a church because his grandfather ran a church. So although Fetty Wap did grow up in Patterson, he wasn't as hood as people may think.
Oh, so that's why Irby knows about him. Okay, because I'm just like Patterson. That's a random place to say. The topic is about the BAFTA Awards, Blood Moon, Cuba, and the Clintons, which I'm going to the Clintons right now. So we discussed in depth about the BAFTA Awards and the guy with Tourette's, and we're just finishing up Cuba right now and moving on to the next topic, which is the Clintons. So let me play my first video, which is what's her name? Hillary Clinton. So fair use. Let me play Hillary's response to her testimony when she went to court.
I don't know how many times I had to say I did not know Jeffrey Epstein. I never went to his island. I never went to his homes. I never went to his offices. So it's on the record numerous times. It then got, at the end, quite unusual because I started being asked about UFOs and a series of questions about Pizzagate, one of the most vile, bogus conspiracy theories that was propagated on the internet, that was serving as the basis of a member's questions to me. I don't know how many times.
Do you believe her?
I don't know if she was ever there. I know her husband was.
I'm gonna get to that one, but if her husband was, I believe
Why?
she was as well.
Why would she be there if her husband's there to commit a crime?
Because it's been rumored, allegedly, that she participates.
I mean, it's possible.
And
Totally
they
possible.
have been rumored to participate in Haiti.
Okay.
It's like a big thing going on in Haiti, and they always throw them in there. The husband and the wife. So that's allegedly. So when she said that, it's like, I don't know. They said
I don't believe none of them.
right. So when her husband testified, supposedly he testified that basically the same story she said almost, and he said out of the that Trump wasn't in the files. Supposedly that's what he said. So
Wait,
that's
what?
why I'm like all in cahoots. So he said that
Wait,
Trump
that's
was
not
in
what
the
he
files.
said. What?
He said something like that. Yeah, there's a video out there that he was alluding that he wasn't in there. So it's like they're all in cahoots together. So there's
He
nothing
said
to
Trump
believe.
wasn't in the file, or he wasn't
That's
there with Trump.
He wasn't there with Epstein, and he said that Trump wasn't in the file. Supposedly, I'm going to show you the video. He doesn't say it in this video, but when you see how he's speaking, is like, I think he's running game on us. I don't know. I think he's running. I think they're all doing it. We're never gonna find out, Florida. That's basically what it is. There are only pictures of her husband there. Why would she be there? He was cheating. Well, he's a compulsive cheater, so she's aware of that. So 1 second. Let me play, since Blood Moon said that, let me play Bill's response. Fair use. Fair use. Where we at, Bill?
So here's what I told the committee. First, I had no idea of the crimes Epstein was committing. No matter how many photos they show of me, I have two things that at the end of the day matter far more than any interpretation of 20-year-old photos. I know what I saw, and more importantly, what I didn't see. And I know what I did, and more importantly, what I didn't do. I saw nothing and I did nothing wrong. As someone who grew up in a home with domestic violence, not only would I not have flown on his plane if I had any inkling of what he was doing, I would have turned him in myself and led the call for justice for his crimes, not the sweetheart deal that he got. But even with 20/20 hindsight, I saw nothing that ever gave me real pause. We're only here today because Epstein hid it from everyone so well for so long. And by the time it came to light with his 2008 guilty plea, I had long stopped associating with it. When the video of my testimony today is released, I hope it will motivate everyone to go in front of Congress to say what they know. I hope it will motivate the Justice Department to finally release all the files and to ensure that this never happens again. The survivors deserve that. So here's what I told.
So, do you believe him?
I don't know. I don't think that I do.
I said, damn, the person that did this video did perfect as he was talking and shit, and they was showing everything. It's like, dude, how do you not know? You were there.
He was there.
And then I think the video that you showed about what happened to the cartel dude and the names that were in, it says 17 names were in that list.
Yeah.
It's like, and Mexico's known for that. Like, with the kids and all that, and the organs. Like they're known for that. So yeah, that's why I think that they were allowed to move the way they move and do what they do, because you know what I'm saying. It's a circle. They move certain circles, and it's
It's
bigger than
definitely
just
something in them files they don't want us to see. 100%.
that's
And the fact that all these people are covering it up is just crazy to me. Unhumane. Like, oh,
yeah. They're just not talking about it, and then when they do talk about it, you know, that's what I'm trying to say. It's common sense. It just sounds like such a BS. Like I'm like, you really think you're blowing smoke up my ass? What you're saying? Like, you know, I don't have to focus too much on what you're saying or what you say it's in or not in there so much, because you're not showing it. You're not making any attempt, any effort. It's theatrics. That's why that Pam Bondi lady. It was a fucking show.
she need her ass whipped. I'm sorry.
It was a show.
Somebody needs to catch us somewhere outside. Like these people got security. You know,
They
they
need
just they
security.
could say the shit they say and go home with like
Like nothing.
bodyguards and
Yeah.
gated communities and stuff. And I'm just like, how?
Yeah.
Even those victims, they should have just jumped her from behind. She wouldn't turn around or nothing. Pathetic.
Well, we're different kind of people, right? The outcome probably would have been like that, and we would have been in jail. Who knows? But you know,
I'll
I
take the
don't know.
charge. If I can get my hands on her, I'll take the charge. That's crazy.
It's like the way she was saying it and stuff. I was like, yo, this is. It's like
And
you
then
wanted
she's
to give
like, the
her an
Dow
award.
is up. Bitch.
It's like you wanted to give her an award. I'm just like, she's crazy. What he said. I tried hearing them. They need to go away. They're getting old though. They're not going to snitch on each other. They were all doing it. That's how I feel, Blood Moon. But you know, is the only one who can do it, but he's too scared. Maybe the next administration, because you know what I keep hearing, they
He's
keep throwing
scared
it
in
out.
November. That's when he's scared. That's why he's trying to rig everything now.
Mm,
Because in November, we win those seats. He's done. And he knows it. He said it out loud himself, and so have other people who back him.
true. You got president, ex-president, and files. Maybe that's why they meant the system will collapse if they release them. Yeah, yeah.
And that JD, you know what the irony is? These two stupid jerks are married to immigrant women. And I don't know what the hell's going on with JD's wife, but she's stupid.
He plays the role that Biden played when he was VP for Obama. He was just there in name only. To me, I don't know, because he
She's
serves no
just
purpose.
dumb. She's, oh my God. How can these women sleep with these people?
Republicans will win all the seats. JD Vance will win. No, Republicans that no, because some of them are siding with the Democrats. That's why Trump wants to do all this crap that he wants to do now with the midterms, because they don't run the House. Even with all those Republicans, they don't. Everything that he's done, he still doesn't run the House. That's why he's looking for loopholes to stay, to find a way to stay, to find a way to control the outcome. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. I don't think he's going to be able to do it. But they're letting him get pretty far with it. They're really letting him get pretty far. They made, and I was thinking before, they made such a big scandal when Clinton was dealing with that woman. But remember the girl and the dress and all that shit. And I was like, they made him such a big deal. They wanted to impeach him. You know, and I'm like, and this dude is doing all this crap, and they're not talking about that. I don't get it. Oh, so they keep throwing out there. Hold on a second, jeez. They keep throwing out there Kamala Harris. They even threw the AOC in there too, which I know nobody Kamala wouldn't run with her. I doubt it. But they try to throw her in there to, you know, that she's going to try to run in, I think, what is it, 2028 for the 2028 election. And I think she actually has a chance of winning, because everything is going so far now. And it made me think of what you said before too. And I was like, they both ain't shit, but you was like the lesser of two evils would have been her.
Right.
So I think the state of the country right now is so bad that people will say, let's say if nobody else is on that ballot that they want to vote for, let's say JD Vance, because they just don't want to vote for him or anybody else, they'll vote for her now. Like, damn, we should have just
Well, they got to be careful who they pick for the Democratic Party because people are going to be very selective as well.
Yeah, well,
Like, you don't want two big candidates going against each other and then we have to pick out of the one. You know what I mean?
but that's what happened last time, and you said the lesser of two evils, and I never forget that because I
I voted for the
was
lesser of the
freaking
two evils. Those who voted, what's that lady, the Jewish lady who ran? Am I allowed to say Jewish? I don't know. The lady who ran, what was her name?
Jewish lady. I don't
I
know.
can't remember her name. A lot of people I know voted for her because they didn't want to vote for the other two candidates. And I'm like, you throwing your vote. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I don't know who you're talking about.
I can't remember her name.
Like she even made it that far? She didn't make it that far. Like,
She was an independent.
oh, then yeah. So. AOC wins primary. JD fans gonna win. I don't think anybody. I don't. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think anybody. JD Vance. You would trust him running the country? Well, I guess they trusted Trump, right? JD Vance to me seems very inexperienced. That's like saying Marco Rubio. Like
Trump's going to rig it. We're not going to be able to vote again.
because I think Rubio, like, he wants to be the next Batista in Cuba. That's what I see it. Green Party. Possibly. That's how I see it. Because I should have uploaded that video. The guy was calling him a freaking cokehead.
Oh, I saw that.
I was like, oh shit, yeah, because he do be high at the moment. Allegedly. Democrats allowed all the cross-dressers to invade women's spaces they keep defending. Yeah, because they like them in the dark. The Republicans like them in the dark. Jill Stein.
Yes, Jill
Oh,
Stein,
okay.
Irby. Yes. Jill Stein. He's right. It was her.
It was Jill Stein. Okay. I don't know. I never heard of her.
I did. She's all right, but I mean, don't throw your vote. Like, that was crazy.
The California governor, they want him to run as well.
Newsom?
Yeah, so I don't think it'll be him and Kamala running together like a president and vice president. I think they're gonna run against each other.
I don't want that to happen.
What? Newsom either?
I don't want them to run against each other.
Mm.
The last thing that should happen is two Democrats running against each other. Like for us to pick?
Yes, I think they're gonna run against each other.
It's gonna be yeah.
If they do decide to run, I know they're throwing it out there, and I haven't heard Kamala say for sure, but I think yeah, she's gonna try to do it.
Well, if he tries to run and she tries to run, and both of them are running for president and not together for president, vice president,
right?
People are gonna pick Newsom.
Because he's a man.
Yep.
I like if I had to pick over those two, I would, and not because he's a man. I don't know. I like him. Well, Fulana, you know primaries exist. I'm saying it in his voice because I feel like that's how he's saying it. Well, Fulana, you know primaries exist. Oh man, I feel like I'm gonna.
It's gonna be a hard one.
It will be. They do it every 4 years. They get eliminated one by one. True. I'm telling you, like I said, I've never been interested in politics up until the past. I think when Trump ran the first time, but since he didn't do so much, I wasn't paying that much attention. But now, since day one, as soon as he had that pen and I kept hearing executive order, executive order, executive order, I was like, God damn. I never heard of that. I guess because they never made it public. I never heard of all these goddamn executive orders.
He lowered them groceries, huh?
Huh?
I said he lowered them groceries, huh?
He didn't lower nothing has gone down.
Exactly.
Nothing has gone down. I heard another YouTuber saying that gas went down. I'm like, how far down did it go? Like, not enough to make an impact. Like, they jack it all the way up, right? Let's say New York is $8, right? They'll bring it down to $6.50 or $7 so that you think that you're paying less. But no, it used to be $4 before it went up to $8. You know what I'm saying? And they just took $1.50 off a gallon, and you think you're getting a deal. Oh yeah, he brought down the price of gas. No, you still paying too much.
It's ridiculous.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like they do it in your face, like you stupid. Like, dude, you didn't help me out with that. It's still the same. You know, if the Democrats thinking about nominating women, they can kiss the election goodbye. Wah, wah. There's gonna be a woman. I'm telling you. I doubt he's gonna be Hispanic now. There'll be a woman. Obama did it a bunch of times, and so did Bush and Bush Jr. and Clinton. I never saw that before. Bueno. Jesus H. Christ. Yo, this call. Let me take a cough drop. Maybe that'll help me out. But yeah, I have never been interested. I never ever been interested in politics until now, and still the interest is even though it's real serious issues, it's more entertaining. It's like, okay, let's see what's coming on next. Let's see what's happening next. But it's getting super serious to me because of I can't even get into the files because of what's going on in Cuba and what's going on in Iran now. Like, I'm like, you're affecting life right now. Like, at this very moment, you're affecting life. So it's like, it's getting serious. And like you said, yeah, it's going to start coming here, you know? And people aren't pressed about it until their kid ends up going to war and not come back. You know, that's when they're going to finally be like, oh my God, no, why are we doing this? Why are we here? Why are we there?
When they start losing their little soldier boys.
Exactly. America doesn't want women president. Kamala Hillary found out. I wonder what it would have been like if Hillary would have won, though. I was thinking that when I saw her the other day because I was like, she's like a bully. Politics is boring. We could talk about that all. We could all talk about it, and they will decide. No, for sure. I know that for sure. But since it's on social media now, Blood Moon, that's what makes it interesting. To me, it's out there so much. Maybe I just never really paid attention to it, but I'm seeing it, and to me, it's kind of a joke. Like, just the way things are happening, I'm just like, damn. So this is how they really do it behind closed doors. We're just getting a front row seat on how they're doing it because it's ridiculous. But I know that's how I feel, Blood Moon. That we don't have. They give us this feeling of that we can affect change, but I know it has nothing to do with us. That to me, that vote is like they're saying that you have the right to vote, but I don't believe that my vote will sway anything. I just never thought that. I always figure that they know who's gonna win before they even go through all that stuff during the election. I feel like they know who's gonna win. But that's just my opinion. But America now won. Let me tell my kid to shut. Do you hear him, Fulana?
No, I didn't hear him.
Okay. I'm like, can you keep it down, please? Because he got a lot of bass in his voice. TT, it wasn't interesting. Hell no. Hold on. I only knew who Oliver North was because that was taking up all the airwaves on TV when I wanted to see my show. I was like, oh God, they're gonna play this guy again. Like, I didn't care about what he was talking about in Reagan. No. When Reagan was president, no, I didn't care. I didn't care. I wasn't even voting age, I think, when Reagan was there. I was voting age for Clinton, not Reagan. I voted for Hillary like 3 times, and she is the only woman I would ever vote for. Yeah, because she kind of moves like a man. Like she's she's like that, but she got a lot of skeletons in her closet too, I believe. A whole lot. This is, and that's just a conspiracy side of me. There's just so much talk about those two that together that it's a little spooky. What the hell does Irby know about Reagan and Oliver North? These young heads on Blood Moon, they go back in the past, They go back and they blame Gen X for all this stuff and the baby boomers. So, they go back and check that out so they can come back to us and say, yeah, because of this went on, that's what you guys messed up. I've been watching some of those YouTube shows when they be trying to blame our generation for stuff, and I'm like, how are we to blame for what? Because of what lot you got going on today? We're not to blame for that. Okay, you was a teen in the 80s. Keep figuring out, buddy. Remember, the 80s is a decade. Supposedly, he wasn't even born. True. It's all your fault. Nah, it's millennials' faults. Those are your parents, millennials. I'm an ex, especially boomers. Nah, boomers ain't do nothing. You got to remember that each generation works with what they got. you guys, all you guys do is blame the past instead of working on what's going on right now. Don't look to the past. If they messed it up in the past, and then you have all the abilities and all the resources to make it what you want it to be. That's what you guys should be talking about. You guys have the internet, social media. You have everything at the palm of your hands on a cell phone. Get the hell out of here. If it wasn't for the boomers or the other Gen X's, you wouldn't even have everything that you have right now. Bam! I've been wanting to say that. They have all this convenience and they have the most complaints, Fulana.
I'm laughing because you're like, bam, I've been wanting to say that.
No, because I've been hearing them say that, and I'm like, what? How you gonna blame the past generation? Like, you can only blame them but so far. But like, because if you're born, you know, so crazy. When my grandmother was alive, Fulana, she used to say, "Ay, niña, if I was young at your age now, I would run circles around you." Of course, because all the opportunities and the resources we had when I was younger, and she's witnessing that as an old ass woman, she was like, damn, if I would have had, access to that, I could do so much, right?
Yeah.
Because we have progressed. So I'm not going to say, oh, because your generation messed me up because, you know what I'm saying? Like, I needed you to get to where I'm at now. And just like their generation, that's what I'm like, come on, dude. You guys have everything, and you want to blame the past generation? What did the previous generation do to you? You see how y'all gaslight us? How we gaslight you? It's the truth. That's gaslighting, that you have all these resources and opportunities and you're looking to the past. That's a gaslight. That's a live in the present. Live in the present and go from there. You can't go back. You can't change the past. No matter how much you talk about it, it ain't gonna change. It is what it is. So you gotta work it. You guys have it so easy, so easy now that you don't want to do nothing for it. You talk about the past. Then you guys like to talk French and do a lot of wees with that. Wees this, wees that. Get out of here. Oh, man. Hold on. Let me know when you want to shut it down. I see it's 1 o'clock your time. And I've been on an hour and 42 minutes. It's not bad.
What you think? You heard about Epstein? He won the lottery twice, and his pilot won it once.
I heard that, and his driver, right? But I think that's BS. Because wouldn't we have known? They don't have to show your face, but they always put your name out there.
No, they. I mean, you would have to Google it. Why would that be prime news? You know, we don't never hear
because he's from
every
New York,
time.
so we would have heard it. If it was a lot of money, he's from Epstein. Wasn't Epstein from New York?
I don't know where the hell he lives
I
at the
think it was-
time that
we
he won the
would've-
lottery.
We would have heard it.
I don't know what state he won it in.
El marido tuyo está aquí.
What dare you?
What's up, Irby? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Qué te pica?
What's up? I get it. Each generation is gonna blame somebody. It's just like the next generation might blame my generation.
Exactly. So what's the use of doing that? And then you're gonna say for the future, you're gonna tell your kids or your grandkids the same crap that I'm saying right now. You know how good you guys have it now, blah 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 blah.
They're gonna deal with AI. You're gonna work even better.
No, I don't think AI is gonna be better. I don't know why y'all think AI is gonna be better. I use ChatGTP and sometimes I gotta laugh and I'm just like, they try to have a personality. It's scary.
That AI is going to cause such an environmental crisis on this world.
I'm not even on that. I'm talking about the interactions with that. All I think of is the Terminator.
Everybody's using it. Everybody's rolling it out.
Mm-hmm. Why is Irby's mic always good in Goddess channel, but never? He wants to be heard over there. Blamona, I don't know.
Oh God.
I'm gonna have to stop by her channel so I can listen to Irby and see if that's true.
Not true. It's a rumor.
It's a rumor. So what did we talk about Gen X and Boomer?
You said something good on my channel.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
You said I be sounding good on my channel.
Well, you do. Actually, you do on your channel. You definitely do. I don't hear
You just have a little static.
Yeah, but when he's here and sometimes when he's on Jose's panel too, but I haven't listened to Gigi, so I don't know if it sounds like that when he's over there. But Irby, so what did the best generations to ever exist, how did they mess things up?
The economy.
For you guys.
The economy.
How do we mess it up? How do we mess it up?
The presidents y'all elected.
Okay, how did we mess it up?
The economy.
How?
It costs more now to probably buy a house now, and rent is probably more higher than it was previous generations.
But don't you know that's inflation? When my grandmother used to, you know what my grandmother said when she came to this country? My grandmother came to this country in the early 60s. And she used to be like, all right, because I used to complain about rent.
Yeah.
When I came to this country, she said I made $65 a week and my rent was $60 a month.
Yeah, I heard that.
That was in the 60s. That was in the 60s. That's before GMOs, processed food, all this stuff. Because every time technology takes a boost, things go up. Don't you realize that, Irby?
Yeah.
So your generation's gonna blame you for voting Trump in, and how the economy turned out. Huh?
That's what I just thought about. I just thought about that.
Because it doesn't make no sense. That when you guys say that, it makes no sense. This is my grandmother talking. What are we, 2025? Over 60 years ago, how cheap it was. And granted, that's when life was good. That's not their fault that it turned bad. Technology raised the price on everything. Milk and bread with $5, you was able to buy food for almost a week. When the last time, I don't even eat bread no more, but the last time I looked at how much a loaf of bread was, I was like, oh, it's $3 for regular store brand bread. That's crazy.
Okay, but I'm gonna say this. There's one thing that y'all generation and my generation is a little different. That our generation, we talk about stuff like mental health when y'all kind of shut it in the past.
Mental health? What? When you know what? How mental health was fixed in the past? Your parents would beat the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you couldn't pop a pill. You couldn't blame having Tourette's for cursing your mother out. Shit. If I would have cursed my mother out, she would have knocked my fucking teeth out. She got Tourette's. No, she don't.
Yeah.
When you sad, she say what you sad about.
Even right now, like they blame everything. They blame everything on bipolar. I'm like, what?
You couldn't be sensitive. None of that shit.
Yeah, it is a little exaggerated now.
And I was a sensitive kid. Everything bothered me. Why you, nah. Especially not with no Cuban parents. You want something to cry about? Oh, damn. Okay. How do you understand anything he's saying? You probably understand Jamaicans when they speak. I understand Jamaicans when they're yelling for some reason. Sometimes when they speak, I don't. But if they have a real, like, I don't know. No, I understand them because not all Jamaicans speak that with that thick of an accent, Blood Moon. It depends.
Jamaicans speak English. What the hell?
No. But when they speak in their patois or their accent, sometimes it gets a little bit hard to understand. But they don't all talk like that.
All the Jamaicans I ever seen, all the Jamaicans I ever talked, they always spoke in English.
Well, they switch it up sometimes, but I've listened to some people that I don't understand what they're saying.
I guess what they're all saying. The Trinis, the Jamaicans.
You and my sister, but me, it depends. And usually I understand them more when they're arguing. I don't know why. When they're arguing, I can understand it more, yeah.
I think Blood Moon likes to troll me.
And I listen to the music, so.
Yeah, you and my sister, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah. Because remember when we used to be in and the Puerto Ricans we used to work with, it was like, all we hear is this.
Blood Moon is trolling. Blood Moon is trolling me, but she claims she don't like me.
I don't think she likes you though. Yeah, but you know what? Blood Moon Trinidadians are easier to understand than Jamaicans. Trinidadians speak it. I don't know. I like the way they speak. They're a little easier on the ears.
Tell her why she don't like me. She's still crying about what happened at Fighter Spring like a year ago.
What happened was she just said, "I don't like fake people." But yeah, I always compare Jamaicans the way Cubans talk, like they speak very rough and vulgar and fast, you know. And Trinidadians are soft and sing-songy when they speak, you know. It's a difference. It's easier to understand. It sounds like a more Indo-West Indian type of accent,
Yeah, Trini's is more like that.
right?
Yep.
That's how I understand it. So,
She called me.
Irving, what
She
do you
called
think
me
about the
fake.
topics we
She
covered
called
today?
me. She called me
Huh?
fake. I'm not
So,
in
what
a
do you
good
think?
mood.
What do you think about the topics that we covered, sir?
It was a good topic. I thought you would have
Any
covered
any
that. I thought you would have
any
covered
opinion?
The Iran topic more.
That just started. That just started. So I didn't have too much information on that, and I already had in my head what I wanted to do. So, um,
I'm fake blood moon.
oh no. Maybe I'll talk about it next week, but I wanted to hear more of what's going
She
on
don't
with
like me
that
just
because
because that thing
I'm
that
sure
happened on
as the
Fighter
week
Channel.
progresses.
The thing that happened on Fighter Channel with that artichoke with artichokes. That's the one. This is them blood moons started to hate me.
Oh wow, that's a long time ago. That's old.
Yeah, this chick been going for YouTube for like 2 years now.
She sure has. Excuse me. She sure has. Um, give me a second. Give me a second.
But the communists in Cuba ain't gonna last so long.
They're not what?
They're not gonna last long. That Cuban regime is not gonna last long. Them people gonna get angry over there. They got all that blackouts, oil shortage.
Yeah, they're kind of used to the blackouts a little bit, but not like this. This is to the extreme. I tried to get in contact with one of my cousins the other day, but they didn't answer, so I don't know. But we shall see. Time will tell. And they're running out of time. It's just a shame. Like,
But you know,
imagine I go to work and handle business like that.
but this is your people here in Miami. They love it. They love it. They love
Them
Trump.
people in Miami are ignorant. It's poor educated. Miami-Dade County School, all that shit.
Oh Lord.
Poorly educated Cubans in Miami.
Imagine if I had, speaking of that guy with Tourette, imagine if I just ran to little Havana and yell out a slur and say I got Tourette's. See how those Cubans are going to be dealing with me over there.
Dealing with what, T-Rex?
Yeah,
What do you
because
mean?
the guy in the Washington bike, the reason why it was his Tourette's that made him say the N word.
Right.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit. He said the N-word because that's what he was thinking about in his head.
And I was saying that's like me making an example. I have Tourette's and and I see a group of Cubans and I just yell a slur towards them. They think they're gonna let me slide with that?
I mean, you can't do that in America either. Like,
You're making
nobody's gonna know unless you say you have Tourette's. Like, you could tell people who have little ticks here and there. You know what I mean?
well, Pierce Morgan was making excuses for him.
Well, Pierce Morgan is a special kind of dude. And that's me being polite. And that's what they do, make excuses. Where did Miss Juju go? Herbie, entertain me. Come on now. Tell me everything you've been wanting to say.
When is your next trip to Miami?
Never. I don't know.
Why?
Honestly, I don't know.
Why?
What was that?
I see. Okay, I told you TT was gonna ask you. Did you see my picture before?
No, yeah, how would I see your picture? You don't have any on IG?
Yeah. I haven't shaved yet. When I shave, I'm gonna show you the picture.
Boy, you must have a face full of hair. Who get offended by words are retarded.
Shave. Well, some people say I look African. Certain people say I look African in the chat.
You look African?
Yeah, somebody somebody in the chat said I look African.
And what's wrong with that?
I have no idea. Tell that to the person that's in the chat. Say I look
I
like
can't
Shaka
read the
Zulu.
chat every time. I gotta keep going back and forth.
Lamu say I look like Shaka Zulu.
She
My
didn't
bad,
say
people.
that.
She probably did. That sounds like something. Yeah. So people get offended by words are retarded. Yeah, we were talking about, so let's, because Blood Moon, we were talking about that before when the incident first happened, Blood Moon, and what we were saying was, and to me, I know that Tourette's is the disability or the handicap, but it's like, to me, it's like BS, because he chose to say that word when he was looking at black people. And when he was talking, and when the guy who was in the community, in the alphabet community, was talking, he threw out he had his outburst, but it wasn't, triggered towards his lifestyle or anything like that. So it's like, to me, he knew what he was doing. So I think him saying, he was using his Tourette's as an excuse. Show your face. I bet you 1,000
They
K
should
you
have
look
kept his
African.
ass backstage.
Huh?
They should have kept that man backstage somewhere.
Well, I mean, they made a movie about him, so I guess that.
Well, if he was winning, they should have kept his ass backstage.
Well,
You
the
interrupted the show
BBC
like a toddler.
they should have edited that shit.
He said that word like 3 times, and many other words the whole night. They gave him the mic. I don't know how many times he said the N word, but he was definitely having his outburst. But I think that he did it purposely, to me. Or he was triggered by black people, and that's the word that he chose to use, because
Y'all can hear me? I'm still echoing.
No, I can hear you. He wasn't echoing before. It was you always break up when you're on the panel. It sounds like you be breaking up. Other people, he said it 3 times. Yeah, she did. I didn't hear it 3 times. I didn't hear that he said it 3 times, Blood Moon. I just heard that 1 time, but it's possible. Oh, she's back. It's these dry cough attacks, Irby. It's like it's killing me. I can't wait till it stops.
I put my phone down and I must have hit the button.
It's past your bedtime. It's past your bedtime.
Way past, but I drank some coffee. I swear, Irby, I always plan like early in the day, like I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it like this, and then I don't know, time just keep going by, or something that keeps, taking me off course, and I was just like, but I'm gonna try.
Like this is hard. You treat this like this is hard work, huh?
You know it is, especially if you're trying to keep talking and do this. It is. And I was trying to upload videos and stuff.
I can't sit here and hold an audience.
The talking part I got used to when there's something to talk about, and as long as the chat is interacting with you, it could be one person, as long as you're just talking to.
Well,
like Irby's always talks to you, huh?
Yeah, it is a little hard. Cause I even get a little sensitive once I see when I see 5 people in the chat, and I see like 3 start disappearing. I was like, what the fuck?
No, but I'm saying even if it's one person, if it's me and you talking, then we're having dialogue, so it's easy to stay on because you're responding to what I'm saying or vice versa, right? That's what makes this. Of course, you want a lot of people in your chat, but if it's only one person, as long as whatever you're talking about is keeping that person engaged, you can just keep talking, Falana.
Yeah, but I don't do panels. I haven't done panels yet, so it's a little different for me.
Isn't it harder to drop the? Don't you do it through YouTube? I thought it was harder to drop the. I don't know. Everybody always says, "Oh, I
You
can't
drop
drop
the
the link."
link, Irby. People go on your panel.
I haven't done the panel yet.
Oh, so you just talk the whole time?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Like talk like radio.
But right, as long as they're interacting with you, it's easy to keep talking. If nobody was saying nothing and you just have to keep talking off the top of your head, then you'd be like, okay, I'm gonna shut it down because there's nothing to talk about. Like
Yeah,
you know how Rob does it, Fulana. I can't talk like him. Like he'll talk for 2 hours before he even drops the link.
But TT, I've been talking with you from the chat.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I can keep talking. As long as you're commenting or responding to what I'm saying or giving me input, then I can keep talking. But there's people who don't even need that. They can just, you know what I'm saying? They can just
talk and not even look at the chat.
Right.
Yeah.
I can't do that. Rob does that. I can't do that.
Ilana, when are you gonna come to my channel?
When you go on a decent hour, I guess. I don't know.
I forgot. No, he went on the last time early. I forgot to tell you, Fulana, because I was in and
I
out.
don't have my notifications on, to be honest with you, for anything.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put you on. I'll let you know on IG.
Aren't you guys follow each other on Instagram? Just send us a
Yeah,
link.
he could just send me a message on IG.
Yeah, send us a link. Irby.
Yeah.
But yeah,
you and Fulana needs to plan a trip down here to Miami.
Irby, how about you get on the damn plane?
I definitely want to go to Miami though. I haven't been there. I definitely want to go. I want to see it for myself.
Girl.
Get into an argument with them.
Come on, you come down here. I buy you a great Trump hat. I buy you a Trump hat, and we could just chill a little Havana
No, I don't
together.
need a Trump hat. They want to be friends. I want to wear a Che Guevara shirt.
All the times I've been to Miami, I think I've been to Little Havana once.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, Hallelujah. No, but you've been to Hallelujah, right?
Hold
Well, my cousin lives in Hallelujah, but I've been to her house, but I haven't been outside vibing. Most of my outside is like in South, more south.
Titi, you just say you want to wear a Che Guevara hat?
No, a shirt. I want to wear a shirt so I can trigger them.
Oh, Irby, they closing down Bahama Breeze. Is it Bahama Breeze in Kendall? Or Blue Martini or something like that?
I think so. All those places are being gentrified.
Yeah, they closing it down.
All those places, almost everywhere in Miami, with Dade County at least, is gentrified.
Every time I see a video that they're showing a 2-bedroom apartment and it looks like a shoebox, and the bathroom is by the back door, and the shower is by the by the closet. Yeah, and they're saying they're gentrifying it, huh?
They just stay rebuilding shit, rebuilding buildings all the fucking time.
Up here,
but isn't it like what they said is going on over there now? There's more people with money moving down there now, right?
Yeah, a lot of New Yorkers are moving here.
A lot of Republicans.
New Yorkers? I thought they've been, kind of
making the traffic worse.
I know somebody living down there in
That's because they don't know how to drive.
In a condo for $40,000 a month.
What?
Yeah, they building their house right now. But temporarily for a year, they're living and paying $40,000 a month rent.
Huh.
More traffic, more road rage.
That we definitely got. You want to blame New Yorkers for something? Definitely blame them for road rage. But the driving skills, I heard you guys can't drive. That's what I heard. I heard you guys can't drive.
Okay.
That's what I heard.
They definitely don't wear their seatbelt. I don't know if they can or cannot drive, but they definitely don't wear their seatbelt.
Oh, wow.
No, you gotta wear your seatbelt here. They're gonna give you a ticket like crazy.
Man, I know so many damn people down there don't wear no damn seatbelt. It makes me sick. I gotta hear that ping, ping, paying
Oh
attention. Put the
damn!
shit on.
I would feel funny driving without a seatbelt. Like I would really feel.
If they snap it on, they snap it on from behind, so it's just snapped in, so it doesn't make the
I've
noise.
seen that, and I'm like, if you get into an accident, that's the
Dude,
worst
it's
way you want
over
to
for
go.
them. These
Yeah,
cars ain't
that's
built
the
like they
worst way you
used to
want to
be.
go.
You can't get no accident in these little shell of a cars.
You won't survive it because they don't make them like they used
No,
to.
and them airbags will bust your head open.
For anything. Mm-mm.
It's terrible.
What kind of car you drive, Irby? He's thinking too long. He's gonna lie.
No comment.
Irby's like, I told you a Corolla.
Oh, Irby, don't drive. No comment. What kind of bike
I
you?
told you.
What kind of bike you ride?
I tell you on IG.
He's like, I drive. He drives a BMX.
I tell you on IG. TT.
You're gonna who you gonna tell on IG? Me or her?
You, because I don't follow him on
You don't
IG.
follow
Fulan
him?
already knows.
Wait, do I?
Oh,
I
see, you
mean,
already forgot.
I know, but
You ride a bike for real? Not even a motorized one?
I'm not telling.
No, I don't ride no bike.
Oh,
You don't
okay.
ride a bike.
So what kind of car you drive? You drive those old kind of cars with the hydraulics and it's like a lime green Monte Carlo because they love Monte Carlos. Jess?
No.
Damn, my voice is going away. I'm starting to sound like I sound funny.
That's them Black American Southern ones. They drive them shits, and then they get
I
the
know.
marble paint and shit on it.
But the box
You see
Chevys.
them out here? It's ugly.
Yeah, the box Chevys. Yup.
It's ugly. I was like, I guess
Old
you gotta
school,
be from this.
old school Cadillacs.
Shit be looking like a bowling ball.
Out here, they got the spokes coming out the tires. I hate that.
They got the pickups and shit all decked out.
Not here, but they're very intimidating. The trucks out here.
For Lana, no, she can tell you.
What?
Tell you what, I can't remember. What do you drive? You told me what car was.
Oh.
You know my dementia kicking in. Irby, help me out.
Stop acting
Yeah,
you
you
like
in love with an old lady. You in love with a senior citizen.
For
She ain't
real, I
that
need
old.
help, Irby. You got to
She
take
is
care of
not.
me. You have to
She's
make
not.
me remember things.
She is
Going
not
through my
that old.
changes.
No, she's not.
She's
She's
not.
not. She's
She's
older
not
than
that
you.
old.
No, she's older than you.
Oh yeah, I'm older than Irby for sure.
Yeah, she's not a senior citizen. None of us are senior citizens, Irby.
I mean, I did get my AARP card in the mail.
Already? Yeah,
Well,
I think they start sending those out in your 40s.
They do. They really
Right?
do. But
They
it
try to
really hit
prepare. They try
hard
to
when you.
mentally prepare you, like that you're getting old.
I don't have no issue of date with older women. So
Irby love him a good cougar.
Oh, so Irby trying to take care of it. He's trying to get
Irby
flown
trying
out.
to go to Cougarville.
You know?
Wow. Irby wants a mama sota.
Ah, a
But
Cuban
TT
muscle.
TT said I got a type. What type?
Like Fulano. You like him light, barely white. The hair. I think you're visualizing the body. He got a visual, Fulano.
He got a visual. He was looking at my fucking this little icon here, this avatar.
That don't look like no Cuban. That look like some.
That's how he like him right there, the avatar, right, Irby?
I'm like, where she even got that picture from? That's so ordinario.
It is from a Cuban like cartoonish type thing.
It is?
Yeah.
I've never seen it. I never seen it.
But it's funny. It
You
looks
like
like me a little bit.
Hold up. TT, you're not light?
Huh?
You're not light?
No, man. Look at my avatar.
What the hell?
I never have an avatar that's light skinned.
Well, you did tell me you had a brother that is like Merlin Santana, so.
A brother that what?
Remember when you told me you said you had a brother like Merlin Santana complexion?
I got a lot of brothers, and their complexions range. They vary.
They're on the color wheel.
Yeah. I got a color for everyone you like. I only think what she said. I only think Fulana. I only think of Fulana looking like that cartoon with glasses, of course.
Yes, I definitely have glasses.
We all do now as we're getting
So
older.
nobody on YouTube ever seen how you look, Fulana?
Yeah.
You cannot have a black person on the panel who doesn't mention complexion. That is 1000% correct. it's I don't know. It's like Tourette's.
Hold on. Dominicans don't talk about complexion? All right,
We ever seen a bunch of Dominicans on the panel talk about complexion? No.
I'm gonna do a topic on this. Don't worry.
Only when black people are around.
I'm gonna do a topic on this. Don't worry.
No, we weren't even talking about color. You mentioned it.
Stay tuned.
Ooh,
I'm gonna get on the I'm gonna get on the Dominicans.
Oh my God, Irby, you got to get on a flight. You got to go visit Dominican Republic.
You know,
I did. It was very educational and interesting.
Yeah, but they act like they don't mention they are progressive towards colorism, but that's another story. But
you guys like to act like colorism is only overseas, like it doesn't happen here. Like you guys don't have the paper bag test and all that shit. Like you guys had all that.
Yes, it did. It did. You know, yeah, it was part of Black history. I know that, TT. I know that.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that's funny that you even had to ask that question though, because the majority of the famous people or black people, they were mixed or biracial. So it's like they are the black, the face of black people,
Yeah.
So I used to always think like, yeah, they are, except for Martin Luther King. I think they all were. Am I right, Irby?
Farrakhan.
Farrakhan. He's not even American, I think, right? Isn't his father like Jamaican or something? He ain't even from the United States.
Trinidad.
I want to hear him speak patois. Oh, Trinidad, okay.
It's Trinidad, and I think his mother was Saint Kitts, some shit like that. But I know he's Trinidad.
Who's that?
Mm-hmm. Farrakhan. He's not even American.
Oh.
He's a what do you call a tether? He's a tether. I love how you guys use that. I was like, yo, once black people get a word, they run with that till they can't run. Like when they say mejorala rasa. They become mejorala rasa.
What the hell is that?
Mejorar la raza.
I'm gonna keep it real with you. The fact that Blumwood, you calling me saying I look like an African is mentioning color. How the hell African look like?
Light skin.
Why she's mentioning I'm look like African when Africans look all types of shades?
That's true too. There's white Africans. Obviously, Trump brought them here.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
No, Jesse Jackson died. Who you telling that to, Irby? I think you told me Blood Moon he died, right?
Yeah, he died. They didn't do nothing for that man. They ain't even
last week or 2 weeks. No, they didn't. Oh, that's what I was like. Damn, why they shitting on him like that? Like,
they ordered the flags to go half staff for the little neck guy, but but not for him, for Jesse Jackson. That's crazy.
I mean, I've heard the opinions that people have on him, but still, he was still a prominent figure in society, right?
Right.
And in the black community, so they should at least give him some respect. I mean, he wasn't a pedo or nothing like that. He didn't.
Thank you.
Nobody. So they gave a statue to what's his face, the one that the cop got on his neck.
Oh yeah.
George Floyd.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he deserved to die, but they immortalized him. Why wouldn't they do that to Jesse Jackson? I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. But
and Trump used to hang out with Jesse Jackson back in the day.
Yeah.
Trump hung out with everybody that was black back in the day. No, I wouldn't say just black. He just liked to be. He was always in the in crowd.
He liked the celebrities.
Yes, and I don't know if anybody really saw him that way though. Like, I don't know. He inserted himself in a lot of places. You know, I never saw him like he was so popular, but he inserted himself in a lot of places, and I liked him on Celebrity Apprentice. That's why I didn't ever thought he was going to be president, because I was like, I saw this man on TV. He'll never be president. I never thought that. You're fired. That's how he does with his executive orders. But you said, you're a nasty person when he talks to the reporters.
I'm starting to see all Queens people are petty. He's from Queens, 50 from Queens, Nikki's from Queens.
I don't think the location gives you the pettiness. They just, I don't know. No, 50's a troll. He's a troll that makes you want to F him up if he starts trolling you. Nicki Minaj.
You see what he did with T.I. and Tiny.
Yo, but did you see what his son
T.I.
son did with the
fire? He came
with
out
his
with
mama's
some fire
picture?
shit.
With his mama's picture, I never knew what 50 Cent mother looked like.
You never know how she looked. I know what she looked like.
Not until today. Hey, introvert Boricua, how are you?
Going on, introvert.
Hey, Titi, you, what's going on? What's going on, Fulana, Nerby? How you doing, guys?
We just here talking about it. Now we're on 50 Cent and King, and that's his name. He put a picture up of 50 Cent with his mother, like when she died, and he was a little kid. I was like, ooh, they're getting serious right now.
Who put up that picture? Because I know that 50 Cent is a
T.I.'s son. T.I.'s son. I mean, I had never seen it before, so I don't know where he got it from. And then he was like, your mother's dead. Worry about your dead mother. Go see your dead mother. So
remember, King is younger than me. He listens to that drill rap, and the drill rappers don't care about the family.
He a YN. I'm sorry to say that. He a YN.
He grew up rich. What does he know about any of this street crap?
Nothing.
Exactly. You grew up in a mansion, kid. Chill out.
That would be like Will Smith. Imagine Will Smith's son talking like that.
That's a whole nother story.
No, but I'm just saying, like, imagine, he just wanted to be street and hood when he don't know what the street and the hood is.
Yeah.
It just sounds dumb.
Okay.
So I'm eating my my cough drops. So how are you, Ramon?
I'm doing okay. It's just that I was actually about to lie down to get some sleep, but I was flipping through channels on YouTube and I saw your live, so I figured that I will hop on for a few.
I know. Before you just show up on a Sunday.
Yeah, but I'm seeing that you have been on for a while, so I'm not expecting you to recap for me what you have already covered.
No, sure. No, I will, just so we can continue talking. We started with the BAFTA Awards, the UK, the Academy Award version in the UK.
Right.
And
yes, I know about that. Yeah.
Right, and we was talking about. I was saying that they're using Tourette's as an excuse for him.
It is an excuse, 100%.
Right, because
I agree.
Because the choice of words that he used for the people that were actually on stage talking, it was just like he could have said anything, but he said that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
It's an excuse. It's an excuse. It's they're using it as an excuse. It's not an excuse. The dude knew what he was doing. I understand that Tourette's syndrome does cause people to say certain obscenities without their control because of a nervous disorder that they have. But still, this is somebody who looks like he may have been dealing with that for a long time. He looks kind of old. So, but by now he should be able to have some kind of control over it, some management over how his tics manifest. So specifically using a racial slur sounds like an excuse. I mean, he's hiding behind. Maybe he does have Tourette's syndrome, but it does sound like he's using it as an excuse because I did so. A little bit, and I think that later in that same broadcast, like he was kind of yelling, but he wasn't yelling obscenities when somebody else was talking.
Exactly.
And so it was a choice. It was a choice to use a racial slur. No excuse. Absolutely not.
I showed a video of it was another gentleman presenting something or speaking on the same show, and he was in the alphabet community. And he did throw out his studies, but he didn't mention his lifestyle. You know, he didn't use the F word that they use for people in the lifestyle.
Yeah, which proves that he has some control over his
Exactly.
kids. So that, so that was a whole bunch of garbage. That talking about that it was Tourette's
He definitely
alone and
was
he
saying
couldn't
it in
control
his
it.
head and thinking it, and it happened to come out because of his triggers.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely had to be in his mindset for him to say that while they were on stage.
Right. That makes sense. That makes sense, and that leads me to believe that he has said that before. So.
Oh yeah, most likely.
I don't know.
100%
And
it's
I
in his
said, Ramon,
vocabulary.
right. And I've said, like, at what point are you going to allow somebody's disability or handicap to be acceptable for bad behavior? You know, and I
It
had
really
showed a
depends
video
on the
of,
audience. They try to keep it professional, I guess. I don't know. With so much shit going on in the world, they probably was like, you know what, fuck them.
yeah, but bad behavior is bad behavior. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
You'll tolerate more from a child than you would an adult. But even like I was showing the video, Ramon, of a young man with autism, and his mother had like a frying pan in her hand or something because she was afraid of him. And when I read the comments on that video, there were people in there saying, you know, you have to discipline them, you have to give them boundaries, because you can't let them get to the point like he looks like he's a teenager, like he's 15, 16, 17. And yeah, at esa edad, you're already like, you know, you're almost becoming a man. So yeah, you can overpower your mother.
Yeah,
But the
and
mother
it
should have
could
tried
end,
to
could
instill
end
some
up in
sort of
a
control when they were
tragedy.
younger.
Yeah, if
Right,
that
but
is
you
not.
would try to instill some sort of control or discipline when you're younger, not to wait till he gets to that point where you can't, because you can't try to impose discipline at that age because
Right.
he's already, you know what I'm saying? He already's
Yeah,
he has the
he
mindset we have.
already grown, stronger. Voice has broken
Exactly.
already, so
Exactly.
it's not a child. You can mold a child, but when somebody gets to a certain age and certain things haven't been corrected, so it's very difficult to straighten that out. It's kind of like the tree that grows crooked. You can't
You
straighten
gotta
it.
instill it early.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
have to straighten. When a tree is growing, you have to make sure that it's growing straight up. But because if it grows
Right.
crooked, it's gonna stay like that. You
Yeah.
won't be able to straighten that up because it's gonna be hard wood, and you can't straighten that. It's that kind of thing.
Yep.
And what has been more on my mind is the whole thing with Iran. That is war right now. That is apparently it's been confirmed that that they bombed and eliminated the supreme leader of Iran, Khamenei. But
Yeah.
there have been some consequences because there has been some retaliation. I mean, Iran hasn't didn't it's not standing still. I mean, there is been retaliation about it. I don't know all the details yet. That's something I will have to get some information about that. But yeah, we're at war. We are at
They
war.
keep circulating a video that of showing people how happy they were that they took the Ayatollah out. And I'm like, yeah, you just showing one video over and over again. You're not showing the rest of the country.
Yeah,
Most people
you have
usually be on
to be
board
suspicious.
and they be on
You
the
have to
same
be
page.
yeah,
Every
it has
time
to
you do
be. It's kind of suspect. If it's one video, they keep showing it over and over. Then that I don't know. I don't know because no, who's gonna be celebrating that their country is gonna get bombed? It's getting bombed. It's
Not even
gonna.
that. They bombed. They supposedly, allegedly, right? They bombed a school. Kids. There was kids that passed that
Oh
died
yeah,
during.
yeah. It was kind of
So
it was like a girls' school, and many of
yes,
them were killed. Yeah.
yeah. So you can't be, you know, I don't know. I don't know. The lost overpowers whoever it is that you're trying to get rid of.
The
Like what
people
they tried to do in Cuba.
that might be glad, the people that might be celebrating, it might be
Mhm.
people that are out of the country, outside of the
Exactly. I
country.
don't live there, right?
It's kind of like the whole thing with Venezuela. There were the people that were inside that suffered because they got bombed, and they were outraged to what happened. But there were the Venezuelans that are out of the country that were celebrating because
But
they
supposedly
really.
the video that they're circulating is them there, and I find that hard to believe. Like, I just find it hard to believe, especially with the loss that they just took with regards to the little girls and all that. So, you know, you don't know. Like I said, since they're integrating AI and all that, like we don't really know what we're looking at. And I know they're controlling what we watch.
We
Like
don't know. We don't know. It's
everything that we're watching, I know they're controlling. It's starting to sound like that. Was that a movie or book? 1984. Was that a movie?
It was a book. It was a book where kind of like what's considered good is bad and what's bad is good and everything is upside down and that kind of thing. But
They were controlling what we watched. They were controlling everything. Like the government controls everything. So it's crazy.
Like
I'm sorry.
iRobot?
No, not like that.
No, not iRobot. No, the whole thing about iRobot, that's coming. That's coming. I mean, agile robots, strong.
I said Terminator. If you think of the Terminator, the first one, that's exactly like the second one, because the second one was showing how why the first one came about. That's what it's starting to sound like to me, and that's what I was trying to say with Chat GTP, because it's like I'm getting those eerie vibes. I'm like, ugh.
No, but the thing with iRobot, there are you've seen the movie that there was this robot that were strong and they were agile. That those robots are already exist in China. I mean, if you can look up TikToks or other
I saw
videos
them.
of dancing, or of dancing, break dancing, back flipping, kung fu fighting.
They're even doing fighting, but aren't we like 10 years behind anyway? Like everything they're showing us is over a decade old anyway. So it's not like new. Like when they introduce it to us,
they could very well be showing us kind of like older technology, and the newer stuff is being kept on the wraps. Yeah.
Right.
But they got
robots
that do acrobatics and they do martial arts, and you don't want to mess with those. They already exist, and not to mention that they do have the better electric cars that they don't allow here in the United States, because then Tesla will go out of business. That's the only reason that Tesla has business at all, because they don't allow the Chinese electric cars here. Because then Tesla wouldn't have a market. They will the BYDs, that BYD brand will take over the market almost overnight, guaranteed. Because they already have the better technology. So they have to block that. But that whole situation in Iran, I had to get more information on that, but that's just looking real scary. Now, what it will do with us, what will it do with us is that in a couple of days, gas will go all the way up to like $4 because that's going to affect us very directly.
How convenient that he's going to try to swoop in with his cape and try to save the day.
$4 and change?
Yeah, they're gonna start the problem and then come up with try to sell us the solution at a profit for them.
Right, and then make it look like they did something. And we're gonna be like, oh wow, no, but he did this again.
Yeah, they're gonna portray themselves as like they saved us or something.
You put us in a situation and you're gonna try to present it to us like you pulled us out.
Didn't they say they did Iran because they needed something from Iran, some solution to go with the oil that they're taking from Venezuela?
I heard that because Venezuela's oil is crude oil.
Right, so they need that thinner, and Iran has the thinner.
Supposedly. And Venezuela was getting it. I don't know what Venezuela and Iran were doing.
I guess they were getting it from Iran. I don't know where the hell or what the hell they were doing.
This is BS.
I tell you, the world is crazy. What about them Epstein files?
Okay, go ahead. Talk about that. Give me a second. I gotta go.
Girl, I don't want to talk about them damn files.
Epstein files, whatever they have released, all of that is mostly pages and pages of black bars because it's all redacted, so you can't really read what's in them. All redacted, a whole bunch of. They took a major electronic Sharpie to it.
So everything, all the people that's being accused are redacted, but some of the victims, they got docs. Allegedly.
No, not accidentally. Not accidentally.
They
I don't
left their
believe
names
that
on
part.
purpose
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, it was on purpose.
because they know
Trying
that
to
their
silence
party
them.
is the party that goes after people like that.
Hmm. Yeah, so it was not accidentally. I mean, they hide everything else, but they'll dox the victims, trying to silence them. Because it's a cult. That's what cults do. They protect their leaders, no matter how despicable they are, how messed up what they do to other people. They're the dear leaders, and they have a bunch of loyalists uh, around the so-called leadership. They need to be taken out. They need to be out of there.
Seriously.
Using the Constitution for toilet paper. Fuck all of them.
Exactly. It's out of control.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like things keep coming out. The whole thing about all of those kind of like Agent Orange being mentioned like 38,000 times in whatever it is that they have released that is not redacted, but the guy is still in office.
That's a lot of times for someone who's not guilty.
Oh yeah, it claims that he's
And
not
he's
guilty, but they're hiding shit.
yeah, and he's not defending himself at all.
No.
He's not defending himself
No,
because
because
you know
I
he
mean
would have sued
he's
already.
convinced that he's untouchable because of the position.
Yeah,
And it seems that to a degree it's been confirmed, but that's because certain people in Congress don't have a spine. They don't enact the 25th Amendment. They talk too much about impeachment, but they don't do shit.
exactly.
I think it's because they're all guilty.
Well, let them
Well,
all go
fine. Let
down.
them be guilty and hold on. Whoever is guilty, let them be held accountable. It's
But
that
you
fucks
want them,
up
you
the
want them
government.
to take accountability, and if they're guilty, they're not going to take accountability because if that person goes down, they go down too.
Let them go down. Let all of them go down.
But who's going to be the
Because maybe, yeah. I mean, it will
The
be.
problem is he put all of them in power. The ones that are in the files, they have some sense of power.
Mm-hmm.
He put them all in power on purpose. And then the people, the Democrats, I mean, like, what the hell? I don't know, man. Somebody got to do something. I
No,
can't.
that's what I mean. That they don't have a spine. They don't have a spine. They cower, and they get pushed back a little bit, and they cower, and they take back whatever, and they don't act. Especially the establishments ones. You know who I'm talking about? The Chuck Schumer.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically an accessory to all of this.
I'm sure.
Because
That's what I'm saying. They're all guilty. They're all guilty.
He's not doing his job.
Yeah, so no one's gonna have the decency to say, you know what?
They're all
I'm
being
gonna
blackmailed
do
and
the
all
right
kinds of
thing.
crap.
Huh?
They're all being blackmailed.
Yeah.
Like Bill Gates.
Because they're all guilty. Because they're all guilty.
See, Bill Gates was just apologizing. Well, he was apologizing for having an affair, but
I haven't heard a word about Prince Andrew.
Well, I know that he's
They
being
denounced
arrested.
him.
He's being arrested.
Yeah.
And in
Right, but
England,
they stopped talking about him like 3 days ago.
I
don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I don't think he's been disappeared. I think he's just in custody. But at least somebody is being arrested.
well, at least the British are holding all of them accountable because the Americans.
Something
See, that's what
they
they're
don't
trying
do
to
over
say.
here.
That's the little band-aid they're putting on there.
Yeah.
He's one person, and there's probably like 500 people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't buy it. It's too neat. He's just one person.
Yeah.
You know.
It could be a distraction for something bigger, so that to take
Yeah,
attention.
because if you say if you had a choice to pick which one you wanted to prosecute based on who's on that list, would anybody really say him? They want to deal with the people here stateside.
Well, remember
Well,
they didn't take was he a Prince Andrews? They didn't take him down because of that. They took him down because he shared things about
information.
the country.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That's
there's
what I'm
something
saying.
about
So
selling
he didn't do nothing.
secrets, something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was in the file.
That's what I'm saying. So they didn't give us nothing. You understand what I'm saying? Like you didn't
Yeah,
get
it's
nothing.
not for the sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
Was I supposed to say the full name of that?
Well,
Oh
I know
Lord.
it's hard to talk and say what you want to say when you have to censor yourself. But
I know. And
Yeah,
I'm very relaxed right now
becomes a little
about that
oh,
difficult.
time.
nice.
Huh?
I said, how nice. I wish I could do that and still be on. If I did that, I'd be knocked the fuck out.
Girl.
I would like to relax and have conversations, feel all mellow. That just didn't work for me. Irby, you still alive? You still here? You okay?
He's
Yeah,
muted.
just say allegedly.
Yeah.
Okay, Fulano, just say allegedly.
Who gonna sue me?
Yeah, you have to be you have to be famous.
Irby, she don't get it. They can strike your channel. She don't get it for a word.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Irby's gonna censor you if you go to his channel and you start talking all that crap.
I'm not gonna censor Fulana.
Well, that's right. You're gonna let her do whatever she wants. Girl, where you work at again, Irby?
Oh boy.
And I think when I was tuning in, you were mentioning something about Agent Orange, how he was hanging out with other celebrities, something like that.
Yeah, back in the '80s and stuff. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I remember when he used to hang around Mike Tyson, and in the '90s, I remember in the late '90s, I remember reading about it.
Yeah, he always wanted to be part of the in crowd.
Yeah. He used to hang around Diddy and the likes of Method Man, and he will hang around rappers back then, back in the '90s. I
Right,
remember.
only because I guess he had money and but nobody was like looking for him. Like nobody should be like, oh yeah, we're gonna go to a Trump party. We want Trump and Trump.
I see him with pictures with Michael Jackson.
What happened?
He used to hang around Michael Jackson.
He did? I don't think it was Michael Jackson.
Yeah, I see pictures with him and Michael.
Really?
Well, he will take pictures with a lot of people. He will take pictures with like Muhammad Ali or something. I mean, he may have been a racist, but if it was somebody if it was somebody famous, he will take pictures with them.
He always inserted himself where he didn't need to be, like and provided opinions that nobody asked for. Like I don't know.
Well, that's kind of part of narcissism, thinking that people care about what they think because they think that what they say is important.
And he always saw himself as a very important person.
Probably because how many real estate moguls they got in New York that's not famous like Trump is?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that just about everyone else, any other developer in New York, may be better off, may have gotten better off than him when it comes to their success because this dude has been bankrupt so many times.
That's what I was gonna say. He was never successful like that.
No.
And that was his game. The bankruptcy stuff was always his game. Like that's how he stayed on.
Yeah, because he was scamming people. He's scamming people right now. I mean, people that build the doggone Alcatraz in Florida, the swamp, the alligator Alcatraz shit. People aren't getting paid for that. People that build that. It's just that
no way.
There are people that just don't learn. They don't learn.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows that people dude doesn't pay people.
Remember, they used to talk about like how he talks about Hispanics, but I guess he had a line, a clothing line or something, whatever it was, and most of the people that worked for him were from Mexico.
The hypocrisy. I mean, they're having so much shit to say about China, but they make stuff. They have stuff made over there.
His ties are made in China.
Everything is made in China. Everything.
I mean, you can go to his store at the Trump Tower, and you look at the merchandise, and you look at you pick up like one of those fucking MAGA hats, and you look at you look at the sticker underneath, and it's gonna say made in China, something not made in the U.S.
Crazy.
It's hypocritical. That whole notion that he was gonna bring jobs back to the country that has been demonstrated that was always a lie. I mean, all that has happened is that okay, the whole tariff game, which was never a good idea. All it has done is that make everything more expensive for us over here because it's the consumer that has paid like what 90% of all the tariffs.
Mm-hmm. I think he just throws that word around like a flex. You know,
yeah, but anybody that But anybody that knows a little bit of history knows that tariffs have always been a bad idea. It was a bad idea. It was a bad idea to do the tariffs thing back in the 1860s. It was a bad idea to do tariffs in 1930 because that only made the recession, the depression worse, doing the whole tariff thing. In the 80s, they were talking about doing that, but it was actually Ronald Reagan, of all people, that spoke against it. You can look up the radio address that was, I think it was in 1987. He did a radio address in which he was talking about.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
Why it was about a bad idea, of all people. He had a bit of a moment of clarity and didn't do the tariffs because even though the economy was in a recession also back then.
Yeah, he wasn't running the country either. I think that's when he started getting Reagan was worse off than Biden, I think.
Yeah.
At one point, yeah. And he was an actor.
And he was what?
Westerns, huh?
He was a what?
He was an actor. Ronald Reagan?
Oh yeah. He was an actor back in the 50s and the 60s, and then he became kind of like the
governor,
like a mouthpiece for the Republicans, and then he became a governor of California.
Yep, like Schwarzenegger. Shit, like we could have voted for Schwarzenegger if we knew what was going to be happening now. He could have ran for president. I would have voted for him.
Well,
vote for Terminator.
Not for president, but yeah.
If what we got now, you might as well do the same thing.
You can't be president.
No, that's the thing. Not for president because he can't. There will have to be a constitutional amendment for that.
That was my sarcasm there. That's what I'm trying to say.
I know.
Like, I would have voted for him, you know?
Yeah.
Well, a lot of things are going to change because I think Trump is going to try to run for a third term. He's going to try to manipulate the voters in the midterm.
Yeah, they're going to try to steal the shit again.
He's not going to run. He's not even going to give us a vote. Watch.
Huh?
We're not even going to get a vote.
I doubt it.
Well, I mean, maybe, I guess Vance is going to try to run, but nobody cares about him. So they're
Yeah,
gonna
everybody's gonna vote
they're
for
gonna
him.
have to really steal, do some real fucked up stealing in the election, so that Vance becomes the president, but nobody cares about them, nobody respects them like that. And that's in part that's why they are doing all this fucking redistricting thing.
Do you think Marco Rubio would run? And if he did, you think people would vote for him?
Oh Lord, I hope not.
I mean, I would. I'm just saying, like, you know.
You're just making it worse.
Yeah, he would, but you know, I think he's feeling himself these days.
Now, most
We didn't
likely,
like him. He's a pawn.
he won't. It has everything to do with his wife not being a white woman.
Who, Vance?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you guys mentioned that before, and I didn't realize that she's Indian or something.
Yeah, she's.
Oh yeah, that's why Lord said that they won't trust him because he's not.
So there is that, and there is that. I mean, the hypocrisy, all this whole
Yeah, because I'm like, okay,
this whole white supremacist thing, but they got foreign wives. Both the president and the vice president, they have foreign wives.
Yeah.
They are against foreigners. They are against, but it's like us. The foreigners that they are against are us, but they got foreign wives themselves.
It's crazy.
Fucking hypocrites.
That is crazy. It's just the state of the country is like, and then I didn't see all of the state of address, but it just seemed like he was embellishing a lot. And I'm like, are we in the same country? Like, what is he
embellishing?
What is he comparing to? Yeah, like no, when he was saying the State of the Union, like I didn't watch all of it. You know, I just said I couldn't watch all of it. But
I'm sure he was doing. Yeah, I'm sure there was a whole bunch of babbling going on.
Yeah, it was, and then every time everybody I guess that's what they do. They get up and they sit down, they clap at it. I was just like, this just looks so rehearsed and so not real. Yeah. So I don't know.
Looks like WWE wrestling.
Huh?
It looks like WWE.
Exactly, all orchestrated, right?
Yeah.
That's why I never liked wrestling. That's why I don't know how people used to watch it like it was real. Even when I was little, I was like, this is not real.
Oh, imagine in Puerto Rico. All of the old people totally believe
Lucha Libre.
The Lucha Libre.
I never liked wrestling, and in my house that was big on a Saturday. Like everybody, and be quiet. And I was like, it's fake. Why y'all doing this?
So you never liked the Hulk Hogan and all of them?
No, I never liked it. I only liked The Rock because he was attractive, but I never liked wrestling. I knew all of that was fake.
Well, back then,
he was even in the eyes. I never found Hulk Hogan attractive, but The Rock definitely was. You know.
Well, what the hell? I mean, I guess I will watch it a little bit when I was a kid, and it was like Undertaker. The Undertaker, that's the one that will catch everybody's imagination. And that was the best shtick of them all. I mean, legendary. The Undertaker.
I remember Rod Piper. Oh,
he passed away.
Roddy Piper, Hulk Hogan. Yeah, my brother used to have the action figures. Yeah, I didn't care for that.
Oh yeah.
Stone Cold.
Huh?
Stone Cold.
Yeah.
Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, Steve Austin. I remember Rod Piper because he wore the skirt.
I don't know who that is. But
yeah, he was wearing the kilt. Not the skirt, the kilt.
My bad, the kilt. But yeah, I think wasn't he around the same time as the one that the guy that Irby mentioned? That's all that same era, isn't it? With Hulk Hogan and
I remember it was Hulk Hogan, Roddy Piper, Randy Savage, Bam Bam Bigelow,
Andre the Giant,
the Iron Sheik.
That was all before.
Yes,
that was all before me. Mine it was Stone Cold, it was The Rock, it was Triple H.
Oh yeah. That's 20 years ago or so. That's relatively recent.
Stone Cold must be really old because The Rock was kind of young when he was doing the wrestling thing too. He was pretty young.
Mm-hmm. No, and the ones that have passed away. I mean, well, there have been those that maybe because of some accident, or maybe they were using some kind of steroids, and they get
Eddie
their
Guerrero.
lives cut short. I remember Eddie Guerrero. That's
Eddie
what
Guerrero. Yeah.
I was about to say. Eddie Guerrero, and shortly after he was inducted into the Hall of Fame, then Ultimate Warrior passed away, and well, Hulk Hogan. He passed away suddenly. I thought he was somebody who was taking care of himself, but he passed away. And yeah, and a lot of stuff started coming out after he died of how he will do dirty other wrestlers, and he will put limitations because he wanted to have all the attention, all the
What are you
fame,
talking
all
about?
the glory. He wanted to keep it all to himself, and he didn't wanted younger talent
But,
to succeed. He
but
wanted
Vince McMahon allowed that. Vince McMahon is dirty too.
Oh, I heard he's. I'm surprised they didn't mention his name hasn't been thrown around yet.
which
He's another
thing?
one.
I didn't
He's
hear.
another one. Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon. Yeah. He's the
He's
owner of the whole
another.
the owner of the whole thing, and it is like a relative of his that is in the Department of Education. He's one of the McMahons that she has no business being there. She has no business being the head of the Department of Education, but because she's a loyalist, and there,
No experience, right?
huh?
She has no experience.
No,
Oh, that's
no.
the wife.
In general, they're trying to get up in here
No,
now.
she's there because she's a loyalist, just like that bitch, the Christy Noem. She doesn't have any law enforcement experience. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's in her position because she's a loyalist, just like Cash Patel. He's in the position that he is in head of the FBI because he's a loyalist. None of them have any experience. None of them know what the fuck they're doing. Cash Patel.
But is he doing that on purpose? Appointing all these people who don't have
because they're loyalists. Because they're loyalists.
That's
That's
what,
why he's getting appointed. Not
they
because
have no experience. What about the Secretary of Defense? That dude too, right? Wasn't he a wrestler?
No, he was on Fox News. He was on Fox News.
Oh, he was on the news? I thought he was an actor.
No, he was on Fox News before being in the what is now called the Department of War, which is, I don't have a problem with that name because that's what it was. That's what it was used to be called.
Right.
It was called the Department of War. I don't have a problem with the name. The name can stay, but this dude has to go because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing either. He used to be one of those guys, those propaganda, right-wing propaganda guys on Fox News. That's all he was. Yeah. So he also doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
He appointed people that don't have experience and the ones that didn't like him. Because JD Vance didn't like him. I believe
Ted Cruz.
Marco Rubio didn't like him either. That's what I'm saying. They have videos on that.
Spoke against him. Marco Rubio, yeah. All of them spoke against him just a few years ago, but they got bought off. They got bought off. They don't have integrity, so they allowed themselves to be bought off. They don't have character. They don't have integrity.
Yeah, because after I said all that, and of course, I guess you're not going to turn down the position or what comes with it, but it's just how would you expect anybody, the public, to trust you after you said all that, and then you just turn cold and come on.
Yeah, they expect everybody to have short memories. And a lot of people do have short memories, and that's why nobody says anything about that, even though all of that is all over the internet, how they used to speak against Agent Orange before, but they allow themselves to be bought off.
The public don't care. Why should they care? Public's gonna get mad for 2 days, and they're gonna be on to the next one.
That's how they set. That's how they're setting society up with the social media and the AI and all that. Irby, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I was like, I'm just bracing myself because every other day or every week is something new. Like I said that when I first started going live again. That's how it is. Like every week is something different. So it's like something that always keeps me captivated or intrigued, and then nervous at the same time. Like when I was thinking about the recap of this week and I'm hearing about Iran, I think I heard about it yesterday. Did this happen yesterday or early this morning? Like, well, early yesterday morning. Like, I'm like, oh my god, I want to talk about what happened at the awards and Bill and Hillary and Cuba, and then boop, this is gonna override all of that because this is the current news now. This is like the big story right now.
Yeah.
And then
the 24
Tuesday
news
will
site.
be another big story. I swear, Tuesday will be another big story, and nobody's gonna be thinking about what's really going on in Iran. That's how they be duping us. That's how I'm like, and then I know they control what we watch. I was at one point. I'm just like, I'm trying to look for some video or something to post up or something, and I was like, and it kept the algorithm kept putting me into this Muslim stuff, and I was like, I don't look at Muslim content. I don't care about none of that stuff, but it kept sending me videos on that.
So do you what Muslim stuff?
Hold on.
About Cuba?
How they're moving in and taking over, like they're trying to do like what they're doing in the UK, and they're getting there. They're building a city here, a complex, a town here, a new city. They're in is it Minneapolis? Yeah,
Somalis have been in Minneapolis for a long
No,
time.
but I'm talking about the other Muslims, the ones that the other Muslims. But they like they hold rank.
From which country?
The Muslims, they don't talk about the Somali ones. They talk about the other Muslims, the ones that are controlling shit. Like those, I'm talking about those. The Somali Muslims, those they're just. Oh, that's what I forgot to show. I wanted to show that. I'm sorry to cut you off, Ramon. I have a video of Ilian. Her name is Ilian Omar, and I get it that our president like todo eso, but her outburst during his speech, to me it was cringe and unacceptable to me. Not because
but it's cringe and unacceptable all the disrespect that we're getting from these dudes. I mean, okay, I get what you're saying. But
there still has to be some decorum. I mean, any other country that they wouldn't have tolerated that shit. That's what I'm trying to say. So I'm not saying that she didn't have a right to her opinion. It's just that sometimes I think people just go a little extra. Yeah, this dude is going extra, but he's like the president now. Somebody gave him that position, so now he's just running with it, right? So we got to tolerate it. But let's say if the mayor of New York was talking to him like that, that's not a good look. Even if he's right. I mean, let me play the video. I think let me play the video. Un momento. Okay, hold on.
In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal.
I get what you're saying, Titi, but I see it as pushing back. And the shameless saying that somebody should be ashamed of themselves, that's rich.
Yeah, but her too, because her people, come on, Ramon. Those Somalis were getting them. Well, and they're not the only ones. The small hats too, because there was a guy that shone a light on them in New Jersey, but New Jersey isn't the only spot that they're doing all that. Everywhere where they set up shop, they do the same thing. They all do it, and they work within the system.
Is it me or he's not intelligent? He just babbles. He muffles. Trump.
He's gotten better because the first presidency, I was like, why do they give him the mic? Or why do they let them talk? Because now he sounds much better than he did before.
We probably got a better speechwriter.
Yeah, but before I think that he wasn't even dealing with them, because I used to be like, does he know what he's saying? I was like, did he just say that? Why they letting him say that? So Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's crazy times. It's great, and I'm wondering if I was in my 20s, like my kid. I know he's oblivious. Like I wasn't thinking about politics and what's going on with the world in my 20s, and when I was around that age, I think that was what's that the Gulf War? What was before the Gulf War?
Before the Gulf War, it was
The
it was
Gulf War. The Gulf
Vietnam.
War was in the 90s, right?
No, the
No,
Gulf
no, no.
War
Okay, then
was
it's the Gulf War.
around
Because I wasn't in 20s during Vietnam. Huh?
1990,
Huh?
1991 or so. It
Yeah,
was
around that
1980,
time. Yeah.
90
ain't
something.
y'all had like, but if you like you were saying technology was different, but ain't y'all like had like 3 channels back then?
Oh no, we had way more than that. We even had MTV and boy.
Well, no, that's
I
cable.
didn't. I didn't have MTV until like what 1992 or so.
Oh, so
I
you had
think the
cable.
3 channels. No, I think the 3 channels was in the 70s. Irving,
Oh,
not in
oh,
the 90s. We had cable and we
oh,
had map channels.
my bad, my bad. Sorry.
In
I
the
think that
80s,
was the
yeah, in the 80s, there was cable a bit more available, but um we still had the TV with the rotary tuner, so we only had like 13 channels.
Oh, I had cable, so we had more. When you
No,
had
we had
cable TV, you had more.
no. What I'm saying is that we had cable, but the TV was still all with the 13 channels.
You know, so crazy, Ramon. The stuff used to last longer because they're not. When you're talking about the TV like that,
Yeah.
the floor model TVs first came out. I remember my father bought it, and we had it, and we had no lie. We had that TV for almost 20 years. Like
Yeah,
you can't get anything electronics to last more than 5 years. Every
I
5 years,
don't
you got.
know. I don't know how they deal with only 3 channels. That would have been a headache. These 3 channels be boring as hell.
Yeah.
Well, I'm like my father, right? Like because in the house, like I always had my own TV because my grandmother bought my own TV. My grandmother always bought my own TV, but it was always my TV and the one in the living room, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if my mother was watching a novela, and I wasn't letting nobody watch my TV, and my father would just grab the radio and listen to because he like baseball, and I'm like, damn, you listening to it on the radio? He said we didn't always have TV,
Right.
and I was
Right.
like, oh, so that wasn't, he. Oh my god, hold on a second.
Well, I'm probably looking at it as hindsight 2020. Yeah, I did have better TV shows back then. So
Yeah, I think there is a bit of a generational gap between us and you. Herbie.
yeah,
Because I mean, when I was a kid, that we didn't have TVs with remote control, so there was a limit on the channels that we could watch. The it had the TVs that we had. One was black and white, and we had a smaller one that was in color. But the tuners, the channel was a rotary tuner, so we only had the 13 channels. That with the rotary tuner, we didn't. It didn't have a remote control. We didn't have those yet. It was on. It was until like 1990, 1991 that we started having uh, a TV with a remote control where we can see more than 13 channels. And that's when things opened up for us and we have more
but
options.
for like all the entertainment shows, like all the music, all the movies came on all those channels.
Mm-hmm.
We had MTV. MTV
Oh,
was, and before, and the people that watch MTV, like in New York, we watched Video Music Box, because that's when
Oh, in Puerto Rico, I remember the box. I
you
remember.
guys had that with Ralph
Yeah, in
McDaniels, the
Puerto Rico,
Panamanian
yeah,
dude.
we had that.
Yeah, that's where they played most of the hip hop when it first was coming out in the 80s.
Yes, what they wouldn't show, on MTV or VH1, you could
Right,
see
he
it on
showed
the
it.
box.
yeah. But was it true that MTV didn't play no black people on there, no
Michael Jackson
Hispanic
was
people?
the first, supposedly. Michael
Well,
Jackson was.
that was like until the Thriller video from Michael
Yeah,
Jackson.
yeah, he was.
That's when things changed after the Thriller video,
He mainstreamed it.
and then you started seeing Prince, and maybe some R&B artists of the time. That started to change, but that was after the Thriller video.
Yeah, but it moved kind of fast because then they had Yo MTV Raps, and I remember Yo MTV Raps like that. So MTV started seeing a market for it, or maybe was it Fab Five, the Haitian dude? He had the first hip hop show on MTV, and then they followed up. They started seeing that there was money in that. So that after, but that was
that
after
was an
Michael
audience.
Jackson. Yeah, that was after Michael Jackson, though. And then it was like, oh, we can make
that's after Run DMC started becoming popular and LL J they started getting big. And that's when you started seeing them on MTV, but it was because of the pioneers.
Yeah, I remember I was reading up on. I'm like, really interesting. History is really interesting. The '80s was very interesting.
Sure was. The '90s too.
Oh yeah. Because of I was born in '75, so the part of my youth was in the '80s, but the other part of my youth when I came of age was in the '90s. So I am fond of both eras, both decades.
Me too.
Like I was saying, the cell phone wasn't around, so how y'all contact each other? Like
the payphone. We used to put a dime in a payphone.
Oh hell no!
Oh, the payphones. Yeah, I mean, maybe they need. I don't know. Maybe they need to bring those back. I know it will be too much to ask, but
I'm not sure if Fulano's awake. But when I went to New York not too long ago, well, I was in Jersey, and there was a payphone.
You saw a payphone?
Yeah, that's what Fulano. Let me take a video of the payphone.
Was it a working payphone?
I don't think so. I don't think so. But you know, that's a rarity. I never thought it would be that. I remember having a dime to stick in the thing to make a phone call outside the street. There was one right in front of my house. And I remember when I think it's before 2 or 3 way, and we used to talk a lot on the phone with our friends, and a friend of mine told me, yeah, you can do an emergency break, because you used to get the busy signal.
That is some Biggie video. I saw that in the Juicy video. Biggie Brooklyn, he's on the phone talking on the paper.
And so you would call the operator, say you have an emergency, you wanted to make an emergency. We wanted to break up the call. Let's say me and you are talking, Irby, and Fulana,
you mean?
No, like if me and Irby are on the phone and Fulana wants to talk to me, but she keeps getting the busy signal, she can call the operator and say she wants to do an emergency breakthrough. There's an emergency going on. And the operator will come in between our call and say, Titi Juju, you have a Fulana Cubana that want to talk to you. She's an emergency. Hang up. And I'm like, what? Okay, I'll call you later. Like they were able to get into your phone call. But we also have pagers. We have beepers, Irby, if you know.
Oh, I had a couple of those.
I saw that. They said drug dealers had it.
No. At first they would had it, but then after a couple of years, everybody started getting them. So instead of making it cheaper.
I don't know if people that work in hospitals still use them, but I remember a few years back, I remember seeing a guy who worked for a company. It was kind of like a HVAC, I think it was. And I saw him, with a beeper, and it was the same model of Motorola alphanumeric beeper that I used to carry back in 1998. And wow, that was like, wow. There are people that still use that, but I don't know if they still use beepers at hospitals, because that was a common thing for people that work at hospitals. They will have a beeper on, and so people can reach them. The other staff could reach the doctors and so on. I don't know if it's still like that for emergency staff, emergency room staff, doctors and nurses.
Yeah, you get paid, so you know where to go.
Yeah, so they will hurry up. They will pay them so they could run to the emergency room because an ambulance was coming.
But we had acronyms with the numbers. We could say hell. We could say
Yeah.
You
But there's a
know,
little difference between millennials and Gen Z. Like I didn't get a cell phone until I was like 14 and 15. Now you got 9-year-olds and 9-year-olds, 8-year-olds with cell phones now.
no. I got my son a cell phone when he was 10.
Yeah.
Right, because right up. Yeah, because when I moved out here, it was different from New York. The
Mhm.
kids would ride their bikes to school, blah blah blah. So he was coming home. So since and I wasn't gonna be there, I was still at work. So I needed to know when he left school, when and it was very convenient. Like, call me as soon as you get home. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Make sure like that was very convenient. So that's the only reason why I got it for him. But that cell phone that I got him, he was only able to make calls and receive calls. It didn't do nothing on that phone. Didn't do nothing.
I
And
didn't
he
get.
didn't get a real phone until he went to 7th grade, I think it was.
Uh-huh. I didn't have a cell phone until I was like 22, and it was only and those were because of that age.
Analog. They were analog.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
They
had
were
an analog phone.
literally analog and no texting yet.
Yeah, no texting, no pictures, no internet, no none of that. No
Yeah,
Facebook,
it
no
was
TikTok, no Instagram, none of that.
purely making calls. I mean, I've been having cell phones ever since.
I had it, and I forgot. I think the carrier was MCI then, and they only gave you 40 free minutes a month and free nights and weekends. Do you know I never went over those 40 free minutes a month? I only use my phone at night, so I wouldn't have to pay extra.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to start. The StarTAC was my first phone, and then when I lost that phone, I was able to go to 7-Eleven and buy a regular AT&T prepaid phone.
Uh-huh.
That's how I knew I was addicted to the cell phone. I was like, oh shit. I was used to having that luxury of being able to call anybody, when I felt like it. It wasn't like you had to go to a payphone or get a beeper or wait for somebody to call. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when I lost that phone, I was like, oh my God, I need a phone. How am I going to get a phone? And you had to wait for the phone in the mail. And I don't know if Fulana was the one that told me. Somebody told me, oh, go to 7-Eleven. You can buy a prepaid phone until you get your phone. So I got the prepaid phone. I transferred my number there until I got it was crazy. I remember that felt like a little blue plastic rubber phone. I don't know, but it was a cell phone.
Yeah.
That was in the 90s. Yeah, that was in the 90s. And the cell phones before that, Irby, were huge. Like, and that's and I only saw drug dealers with those phones. They were
I
like
know what you're talking about. You're talking about the new Jack City phone. I saw it.
yes.
Yeah,
It looks funny. Like, that's a phone.
exactly that one. Exactly that one. That was like shaped like a brick, but it was like a it was like a statement. You will walk around, and I saw that back home, back in Puerto Rico. I will see that. There
But it
will
was
be
only drug
guys.
dealers, right? Because I just saw drug dealers with those
There will
phones.
be guys walking around with the phone, holding the phone up. They weren't talking or anything. They were
You
just
need a bag for the
walking around
phone. That's how big the phone
uh,
is.
just wanted to be seen. Just
Yep.
making sure that people will see them holding the phone up. But they wouldn't be talking on them or anything. They were just fronting. They were just showing it because
I
it
know
was
the
kind of
people
like
I
a
saw
social
were actually
statement.
using the phone, but they were drug dealers.
Yeah.
They were drug dealers. But you had a payphone. I think before it was a dime, it was 5 cents. I don't know, but yeah, those were the days. And my grandmother still had a rotary phone to the day she died, and she passed away in 2007. She had a black rotary phone. And when I had a pager, it was hard because I was like, you needed the touch tone phone, and she had that damn rotary phone. I was like, I can't use this phone. Yo no sé lo que tú vas a hacer, pero es el único el teléfono que hay en la casa. I was like,
Your grandmother was here in the States?
yeah, I told you my grandma. Didn't I tell you a story about my grandmother saying that she worked and she made $65 a week, and her rent was $60 a month?
Yeah. So you have everybody, your whole family's here then.
Just about. Just about. Not everybody, but just about. On both sides. My grandmother's brother had been here since the 30s. My aunt moved here in the 50s. My grandmother, my mother came in the 60s when everything happened with Castro. Juno. My grandmother.
They own property in Cuba?
My mother's cousins still have some property in Cuba. We was talking about that not too long ago. I said, you better make sure you got all your paperwork, because when everything go down, the government going to try to start collecting. All these Cubans who lost stuff are going to try to say that they own something. You know?
Oh yeah, because these crazy ones, they're gonna come. They're gonna come for it. They're gonna say,
That's what I was telling Fulana, and I'm like, no, you ain't been there in almost 70 years. You don't claim nothing. No, that doesn't matter
well,
what paper you got.
well, they've been crying since they left yesterday. They always be crying about how they got their shit taken.
I know, but they'd like to cry about it from here. They don't do nothing about it. You sitting here talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Come on. That's some bullshit. It's real easy from this side to talk all that shit. You know. Yeah. That's why I was telling my mother. I was like, I know she got property. I was like, oh, make sure that you got all your paperwork because they're gonna try to reclaim my stuff and try to say no, this is ours. Because that they let the people take over stuff. Whatever they abandoned, other people took it over, and then they hold on to it. So I don't know if there's any deeds to anything, and if there is it going to be worth anything once the U.S. takes over? That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering how all this, how all of this is going to pan out. Like, I don't know how it's going to end with the blockade and all that, but I'm wondering how it's all going to pan out, and then how they're going to move in. What are they going to do? What are their intentions? Because Cuba doesn't have anything that they need. There's no real resource that I'm aware of that they need. So what are you going to do with it? Make it a tourist cut? You're going to make a Hawaii out of it? Like, what are you going to do with it?
Well, I'm not. I'm trying. I'm trying to be careful because I don't wanna come across as being somebody.
Just say it.
I don't wanna come across as me hating on Cubans.
Everybody does. Me and Fulano was talking about that earlier. It doesn't matter. Your opinion is your opinion. As long as you're not offending me.
No, but what I'm saying is that I do hear of certain Cubans that do want the island to be invaded because they think that it's gonna be better off, and they want for Cuba to be like a bigger Puerto Rico.
Yeah, they want Cuba to be the way it was, and they're acting like Cuba was so much better before. It was better before for certain people, right?
Yes. It was better for the elite, but the rest of the people,
exactly.
they were like
in the same position they're in just about now. Yeah. So it's like, and those are the ones that are here, the ones that lost their property. Okay, be safe. The ones that lost their property and all that, like
the white Cubans.
Most of them are white.
Well, the elite.
My family wasn't poor. My mother went to private school and all that, so she came on the Peter Pan thing and all that. So it was not just it was mostly white, yes, but it wasn't all. So there were some people that had some means. Not everybody was broke and poor. That wasn't white, but the majority were white. And I was telling Blood Moon, and those Cubans are grandkids of Spaniards. Like those are the ones that came in the early 1900s.
Like Andy Garcia people.
Not criollos, huh?
Like Andy Garcia people?
No, I don't think Andy Garcia. I don't think the Spaniards that recent.
Andy Garcia has been in Hollywood playing Italians for
exactly. Yeah.
Because Cubans look Italian, but I'm saying like I'm talking about the the generations when they started having all these Europeans come into these countries like Brazil and Puerto Rico and Cuba. That was in the 1900s, so they're not like the ones that came in the 1900s aren't really Puerto Rican. They're descendants of Spaniards, and from whatever other countries they came. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, the Portuguese too. There was a time where there were a lot of Portuguese in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, they encouraged Europeans to come, to balance out the race.
that is the crazy thing about he's been playing Italian in Hollywood, but you got Al Pacino, Marissa Tomei, they all be playing Cubans in movies.
Because they look alike. But
Al Pacino playing a Cuban. Maria
people said they didn't like it. I like the way he played. I like the way he played Tony Montana. I liked it. But I heard a lot of Cubans didn't like it.
It's an exaggeration. The Cubans don't talk like that. You know
What?
that.
They talk worse. What? They talk worse. And it's so funny that I can't find the video now, but I found a video pre-Castro. And when I say pre-Castro Cubans, meaning the Cubans that were my mother's age in the 80s still had a certain way to talk. And then the ones after the 80s, they all sound ghetto. That talk, esa meneado que ellos hacen con la mano y la cintura y todo, that's recent. That's like, they weren't like that. They were more, I don't know. Even my mother didn't talk like that. It's different. I don't know. After Castro came in, this generation that's there now is my age. And then people are like, oh, why they don't overthrow the government? Because they don't know to overthrow. This is all they know. They were born and raised in this shit. And they're not young. And the majority of Cuba's population is old now. And they're old in my age. When nothing happens, something drastic has to happen, like with what's going on now, to affect change. But I just feel bad because it's going to happen in the worst way.
I know this is before your time, TT, but did Sammy Davis Jr. ever came to terms and finally claim his Cuban side in his late career?
I mean, at first I used to hear he was Puerto Rican, and then I heard he was Cuban. So at some point he mentioned it. But this was before Castro as well. I mean, when he was saying he was Puerto Rican, so I don't know why he didn't want to say he was Cuban. I don't know. I didn't know Lola Falana was half Cuban too.
Maybe there was an FBA cult back then.
Yeah, because you FBAs are like, ridiculous. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Who else? Well, yeah, but like, because my grandmother used to tell me before Castro and all that, they used to be able to take boats from Cuba to Miami and then to catch a flight up to New York and stuff like. It was just to be like, oh, I'm going to Miami today. Like, you just get on a boat, pay for it. I don't know if it was like 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever. You come stateside, and people used to come back and forth like it was nothing. So it was advantageous for some, and then others, it just wasn't it was a poor place. Well,
it looked like a beautiful island, though.
I believe my mother used to say all of them were all the same. She was like, "Oh, if you've been to the beach in Cuba, it's the same in DR, the same in Puerto Rico. Like it's the Caribbean." So
yeah, I'm sure it's real pretty over there.
Mm-hmm.
It must be. It's the Caribbean, so it must be real pretty over there. I would like to see it. I would like to go.
Me too. Fulana went, but I think Fulana's sleeping, so she could tell us about it. But
we're not hearing her.
She's on mute, so we don't have to hear her snoring.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I'm curious to see how it. Are they gonna do the island like they did Puerto Rico, and just make it impossible to be successful there unless you're at a certain level. It's gonna be like Hawaii, where Hawaiians are in the street, like they can't even afford to live in their own country. No,
that's what is happening in my island. That people can't afford to live there, and again, that's why I was saying what I was saying earlier, because we're having to deal with certain Cubans that go on and on and on. Talking about how good we have it, criticizing us because we criticize the government of the United States because of the colonization, and then the Cubans start calling us communists because of it. They start calling us names because we are ungrateful. We should be grateful to the United States. They talk like that because they don't know our history. They don't know what we had to deal with. I mean, with colonization. And yes, we do have the passport. I get it. Yes, we do have the passport. But we're not giving anything. We're not giving anything, and everything, and everything is being given to the outsider that comes into the island and takes advantage of tax credits, and
Mm-hmm.
barely they pay no taxes, and
I didn't realize that.
they get a hold of these properties that drives the cost of living up for the locals. And
I saw where you couldn't even get the beaches. You can't go on certain beaches. They raised the
which is
utilities,
against
right?
the law. It's against the law.
That's crazy.
There are outsiders that come to Puerto Rico, and they think that because they are renting, or they have some
Mhm.
control of a property that is in front of the beach, they think that
Mhm.
they get the beach too, and that's not true.
That's
And
theirs.
there have been
They did that in the
confrontations.
Bahamas too.
There have been confrontations with the locals about it, because they think that las playas son del pueblo, and that's by law.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the thing is that the outsiders, they come in and they don't respect nothing. They don't respect the locals, and because they're only there to take advantage of the tax incentives that the locals can't benefit from. The locals are heavily taxes, and
You gotta import everything, right?
they have to import most of what is consumed on the island. It has to be imported, and we can't do trade directly with other countries either.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
everything is more expensive. The electricity is fucking expensive and not very reliable, because the company that is in charge of the power grid is not updating it. So the is decaying, and Hurricane Maria really did a number on it. So it's decaying, and it's becoming less and less reliable, and more expensive.
Wow.
But the Cubans in Miami really think that we have it better. And
Yeah,
because
because they don't think that independence. Why wouldn't a country want to be independent?
we would like for I think a lot of us would like for us to be sovereign. All of a sudden, getting independence might not work so well, because the island is so tiny, and most likely we will have to deal with all types of sanctions and blockades and
Yeah, because
embargoes.
they won't make it advantageous for you to be independent, right?
If we could do trade directly with other countries, we might be better off if we could do free trade with other countries. But if we get independence, but then the United States starts doing sanctions, then we're gonna be fucked. We're gonna end up like Cuba. But it's because of sanctions, and the foreign policy of the United States is very sanction happy.
Yeah.
And look what has been doing to Cuba for decades, and the embargoes and the blockades. This is something that the Miami Cubans keep denying. They deny that that's a thing, but look at what it has done. Yes, the revolution failed. The revolution was a failure. I get it, but the revolution alone didn't cause for Cuba to end up like this, because you could have if there was if Cuba had been free to actually develop themselves and do their own and take care of its own economy, and if it could properly
If they impose those embargoes right away, yeah, I get it.
If it hadn't dealt with embargoes and blockades, maybe Cuba would have been better off. Of course, I'm not endorsing communism, and again, the revolution failed, because they have been talking about revolution since 1960 in Cuba, and things are falling apart. They don't have like electricity over there. They don't have resources for the hospitals.
Right.
The infrastructure is crumbling, because when it comes to infrastructure, the time stopped in 1959. Everything is just the way it was in 1959. So, and the cars are a lot of the cars are the same like it was in 1959. So in a way, the time kind of stopped. They get other vehicles, more recent vehicles, and things like that. But and yes, the revolution failed, but there is also the embargoes and the blockades that the Miami Cubans deny that are happening, because
Crazy.
they deny it. They deny the hell out of it
That's
because
crazy.
they want to please. I don't know who are they trying to impress in the U.S. I don't know who they are trying to please. They're trying to impress some which gringo they're trying to impress. But
No,
if
you know how it was. They said it was mafia run. They said,
before the revolution, yes, there was a presence by the mob in Cuba because of the casinos and all
Mhm.
types of entertainment. They talk a little bit about it in the second Godfather movie. They talk about that. I mean, they
Right,
don't.
right, because they played a bigger part than you're giving them credit for.
Yeah.
They kind of controlled the politics and everything there too.
Yes.
And
Not only,
the United States
not
was able
only
to put their businesses and stuff out there too. So everybody was getting.
Yeah. That
It
part
was
was very much real. They were telling a lot of truth there when the mob had a presence in Havana, and
Mhm.
because of the entertainment and the casinos
Mhm.
and Cuba. But
Mhm.
as you know, when the revolution took over, all of that became part of the government.
Yeah,
And
because he wanted to get the stronghold. You know what I always say, and they'll never agree with that, is that he started off with good intentions, right?
of
But
course,
like you said, of the blockades and all that is what didn't allow it to flourish, because they didn't make it they made it so that nobody would do business with Cuba, because
yes, they could only ally themselves with the Soviet Union, because that was the other superpower in the world.
right.
So that was kind of like an alliance, but it was for protection, because they were very vulnerable. I mean,
Right.
with how they were being isolated, so Castro got established a relationship with, I think it was Nikita Khrushchev of the
Right.
Soviet Union.
Right.
But that was for protection that they did that. Eventually, with the fall of the Soviet Union and things, they became more isolated. But I have been hearing about Cubans that said that by the 1970s, that the revolution had already failed. So
Mm.
by the 70s, that's when I was born. So,
Right.
but it's been going on for what is it, 67 years, the revolution. And I remember coming across. I mean, this is not a criticism, Titi. This is a
Mhm.
criticism. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. I remember
Okay.
coming across this YouTube channel in which apparently it was a YouTube channel that was actually coming out of Cuba,
Uh-huh.
and all they were talking about was revolution, revolution, revolution. Revolution this, revolution that, and they were recognizing that there were problems with power outages and there were lack of resources. But
Mm.
let's talk more revolution. That's what I was seeing in
Oh,
revolution.
well, those are paid actors. That's what I would call it.
They
That's how I
were.
would call it. Because I'm not saying that Cuba is or in the best state.
Mhm.
That's obvious, because family members were always sending medicine and clothes and money and everything out there, so they weren't living good, and everything was rationed, right?
Mhm.
So they weren't living really good. But it's like, but if you spoke against the government, things weren't good
Yeah.
for you. That's why I was saying with the Omar lady, I'm not saying it has to be to that extreme, but I'm just like, even though you're in a country where you can speak your mind, you still have to have some decorum. Like, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? I don't know. It it,
Yeah.
it looked
No.
ugly to me how she was like, no, because you're resident. And this was the State of the Union address. You didn't go and charge them with anything, and you're in court. You're just like, when I watch how they interact with each other on social media, I'm like, this is how they really interact with each other in Congress. Like, this is how they talk to each other. Like, I thought there was some level of decorum and professionalism. Like, it just doesn't. It didn't look right to me. I don't know.
But it has degraded lately. It is supposed to be. It is supposed to be to there be some professionalism and decorum, like you're saying, of course. But it has degraded because of this administration that they don't respect nobody, and it can be
And that's what it sounds
frustrating.
like.
And and to some degree, it's understandable. I'm not saying it's right, but it's understandable why they will do this outburst. But how they're doing that is kind of like you are in a house of parliament, and but if you see how they do, like in the Canadian parliament or in the
Mm-hmm.
under the parliament, where people say something, other people start shouting. They start shouting
Right.
over each other. That's kind of like in a parliamentary setting where that will be kind of like more common to see. But in a State of the Union, yeah, it's not how it should be. But the thing is that they used to do that to Joe Biden too.
Oh
They will
yeah.
interrupt his State of the Unions. They will start the Republicans will start yelling at him and interrupting and bringing up Laken Riley and start yelling at him, and the Republicans will do that too. I mean,
Oh.
they have
I
no.
guess maybe I never paid attention. Like I said, like I'm doing now, I never really paid attention to it because I've never been. I never had a front seat to view everything.
In recent years. So the Republicans have no room to criticize just because somebody is saying something mean at them, because they pioneered that shit. So
But like
uh-huh.
Pam Bondi, right? They're having the hearings and they're asking her questions because that's part of the process. And she's like, no, I'm not going to answer that. And no, I'm not going to. And I'm like, who does that? Like, you're there for a reason. You're supposed to answer questions. You're not supposed
And
to say,
she's
I'm not
under
going to answer.
oath, and most likely she told a whole bunch of lies, or she just didn't want to
And she
answer
said that,
any
no, I'm not going to answer
questions.
that. Who does that?
Well,
How you in court,
a
lawyer?
loyalist. That's who. A loyalist, not a professional.
But
Because
that's not supposed to be a thing. Like, and if it is, it's not supposed to be so obvious.
Mm-hmm.
You still have to follow the protocol, even if you're a loyalist, right? And then you being an attorney, because she's a lawyer, then she would know how to, talk her way out of certain things. But come on,
But she knows, but she feels like she's protected enough that she doesn't have to follow rules. That she
that's
doesn't
what
have
I'm trying
to
to
ask
say. Like,
questions.
yeah, like, and that sounds horrible. Just like the other chick, the House Speaker. Like when I hear her talk, sometimes I cringe too. Like, oh my god, what are you talking about? It's like me and you having a conversation. You understand what I'm saying? And we're not politicians. We don't have to be polished or refined or whatever. We just talking like we're shooting the shit, like we're talking in the street. That's what it sounds like to me. Or we're playing dominoes and we're arguing over. You know what I'm saying? It just sounds stupid. Like, I don't know. I just expected a little bit more professionalism. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's why it never interested me, because I always thought they were so boring. Since
Yeah, but it has degraded. It has degraded how that whole things that happening in Congress, all the processes, all those interactions, that it has degraded. It has degraded, and a lot of things are gonna be needing reform, and there has to be a change in the administration for that to have a chance of happening. Because if the Republicans try to steal the election, which is part of this whole redistricting thing is about, particularly specifically in Texas, in this state where you and I are
Well,
in.
didn't they do that with what's her name? What's that woman's name? They redistrict her right out of the. What's her name? What's the black woman's name?
The representative.
I can't think of her name right now.
You're talking about Jasmine Crockett?
Yes, Jasmine Crockett. Didn't they redistrict her district? So that's no longer her district anymore?
She's running to be the state representative. She's running for that. And she's actually ahead. I want her to become the state representative. She's already in Washington. She's already in Washington in the oversight committee, but she wants to become the state representative. I mean, and it's gonna be a battle for her for obvious reasons because after all, this is Texas, and somebody who looks like her is not who they will
And she's
want.
not from Texas. And she's not from Texas.
Well, not originally, but she's the district representative. I think she still is for the District 30, which is where I'm at.
But I thought they rezoned it so that she wouldn't be.
Well, they did changes because they wanted to something about redrawing the voting lines so that they can dilute the Latino vote and the black vote in a way. But my understanding is that it might not work. It might not work because a lot of the Hispanics here in Texas may not necessarily vote Republican. They may not because they're getting screwed over. There is a presence of ICE in this state too, and they're persecuting them. So let's hope that they vote
Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, California.
that they vote in what is in their best interest. I hope, and they don't mess up. Supposedly
They will. They won't do what Cubans did. They will.
There are what?
That's what they won't do what the Cubans did. They will, and they have a strong vote. They'll have a strong presence because even though they're deporting all these people, the majority of illegal aliens aren't Mexican. I don't think so. They're making it seem like that, but I don't think the majority is Mexican.
To wise to them, we're all Mexicans to them, so that's just how it is. And the sad thing is that a lot of these ICE thugs, Gestapo thugs, are Hispanic themselves.
That's the crazy part. That's the crazy.
It's sad, but they're gonna get what's coming to them. Karma's gonna hit them. Okay? They're not gonna get scot. They're not gonna get out of this scot free. They're gonna get what's coming to them because many of them they think that they're
dirty because they're not even doing their job right. If they were doing their job right, you would say, okay, it's a job. You know what I'm saying? But you're not even doing your job right. Like
many of them, they're not even getting paid. I mean, because they have been. There was a whole bunch of money that they allotted for ICE, but because they have been wasting money left and right, many of them are not even getting paid right now. And they're complaining that they don't have insurance because there is no money for that, and they may have gotten part of that bonus that they were promised, but what they don't understand because they didn't read the fine print is that they're gonna have to pay taxes on it. They have to pay taxes
on that time. It's over time. You don't get it in one shot.
They don't get all of it at once. They get a part of it this year. They get a part of it next year. They get another part of it the next year, the following year, and so and if they quit before the 5 years, they have to give that all back.
Yeah, they'll pay it back. That's crazy.
They have to pay. Plus, even if they had already paid taxes on it, they have to they have to pay. They have to give back all the money with the difference. With the difference that was already taxed, so that they could end up in the hole if they get fired or if they quit or whatever.
And I think that's why they had those kind of people working for them, because the way you see the way they're getting paid and all that means that any Joe Schmo signed up for it. You know,
they don't have any standards. They don't have any standards. The training that they're getting is only a few days, and it's shit. I mean, they're only kind of like training them to be fucking violent. There is no professionalism there. There is no real rules of how to conduct themselves, and there are a bunch of kind of like incels that used to be bullied at one time, and now they want to take operations against people that look like us.
Right.
So yeah, many of them they just can't wait to abuse their power.
That's crazy. What did you see? Any videos on how the I guess I won't call them kids, but the young adults that were throwing snowballs at the cops in New York City?
I saw that one. I saw
Isn't
that
that
one.
crazy?
They were
I
throwing
said, "Oh my
snowballs at
god!" But
yeah, I don't
not for nothing, the police force now looks different than when I was growing up. When I was growing up, and my mom used to say that, Ramon, and not saying that they're any better, but when I was growing up, most because they had that industry, it was them, it was Irish, right?
Mhm.
And it seemed like there was a criteria. Remember those Irish guys were at least 6'4" and better, right? And they always had the billy club. They never they never used the gun. And when they would catch kids doing something, my mother said they would bring you to the door and say, "Look, we picked this thing up off of the street." The next time I see them, and they would still have their Irish bro. The next time we see them on the street, I'm gonna get them with the billy club. You take care of them, or I take care of them. Like, I don't know. And then the cops now is like anybody's a cop now. If I don't know if you understand that, like anybody can be a cop.
Okay, I see.
There's no
Yeah.
criteria to be a police officer.
Yeah, I remember
Anybody can be a
grandma
cop.
telling me something about that. I mean, the whole truancy, the truancy thing. Um, that if a kid will miss school, then a cop will show up at your house.
We called them the paddy wagons. They used to have paddy wagons that would. My brother always got picked up by the paddy wagon because he would cut school. Yeah, they would call me like, "We need to contact your mother." Blah blah. I'm like, "What?" Yeah, we
Yeah.
found. He was like in the 3rd grade or 4th grade. Like he was a kid.
Yeah.
They would ride around to see if there's any truants out there. The kids are supposed to be in school.
Yeah. I remember.
Paddy wagons. That's
Remember
funny.
my grandma telling me something about that because she did live in New York for a number of years back in the day.
Yeah, I'm not saying that they were perfect or anything, but there was a criteria to be, and they were firemen too. The majority of the firemen were Irish as well. That's what when I was in the Bronx. That's when the majority were Irish and Jewish. And the Italians lived in a certain part of the Bronx, but for the most part, they were mostly Irish and Jewish. And then we started moving there, like Puerto Ricans were leaving Spanish Harlem, and black people too, and they started populating the Bronx. But the Bronx used to be Jews and Irish.
Okay. I see.
That's when it was nice, and that's when that white flight came in.
Yeah.
That's how that Washington Heights was too. Washington Heights was Greek and Jewish. I think there was Irish there too, but it's mostly Greek and Jewish, Orthodox Greeks. Yeah.
So in Washington Heights is now the Dominicans. What you find there?
Yep. For the most part, yeah, it's been like that for the past 40 years. I want to say.
No, it's just that I keep hearing how there is the gentrification and a lot of Hispanics are having to move out of New York. I don't know how anything is distributed, obviously.
If what? What you said? With what?
No, because I keep hearing how there is gentrification that is forcing a lot of Hispanics out of certain parts of New York because now it's only
in Brooklyn. I know, yes. Queens, I'm not too sure about. Washington Heights, I don't think so. It looked like it at one point, but no, I don't think so. And in the Bronx, nobody really wants to be in the Bronx. There's only certain parts of the Bronx, but it's Brooklyn. It's mostly Brooklyn. That's where the gentrification took place, and that's when they moved out. A lot of Puerto Ricans moved out of that part of Brooklyn. Yeah. Not Brownsville. I don't know. I didn't really ever check out to Brooklyn. My sister lived in Brooklyn, but I hated going to Brooklyn. I didn't drive then when I was younger, and that's taking the train, and that would take it would take like 2 hours to get to her house. I didn't like Brooklyn. Yeah, I didn't like Brooklyn. Brooklyn or Queens. I always said I don't do Brooklyn or Queens. The Bronx and Harlem, Manhattan, yes, but Brooklyn and Queens, no. I didn't like it.
Okay.
I didn't care for it at all. It was far. And it was different. All the boroughs are different, so I didn't care for it.
I see. Okay.
I'm trying not to die over here. Oh, I've been sick for almost. I'm going on week 2, Ramon, because I thought my immune system would get rid of it like it normally does. Like I never really was a medicine person or anything like that, but it's not going away. My
Ah,
body's
okay.
like, you're getting older now. You need medicine.
Yeah,
you're,
yeah.
you're not gonna bounce back like you used to.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. It used to
Mhm.
be that I could get like sinus symptoms, but I will recover from that in a day or so. Now it's different.
Mhm.
Now, what used to take me just a day to recover, now it takes me a whole week.
Mhm.
It
That's how it
feels
is
like it's
now.
never gonna go away. When my sinuses flare out, and I don't feel so good, and I feel like a fever and headaches, and that used to last me for like a day or a day and a half. But now it takes me a week to recover from that. Even if I take medicine, because it's like medicine doesn't work. So it's like I have to let it run its course, but it takes longer than it used to be. I hate it. So
But they said if you didn't have sinuses before when you moved to Texas, you'll have it because of the redwood trees out here. Something with the trees out here. If you have sinus issues, they said it would get worse, and if you didn't, you would develop them because of the trees out here.
Oh, you mean the pollen?
Yeah, but there's something with the trees too. A specific tree out here, and I'm like, I barely see trees out here because it'd be so hot. I
Yeah.
miss in New York. When I go to New York, I'm like, I love the way the seasons change. Like I love the fall. I was born in the fall, and I like when you go from summer to autumn, and the leaves start changing, and it gets a little cooler. Like Texas, you don't have that. The leaves dry up over here. They don't even change color. They
Uh-huh.
turn brown and quickly. Then the springtime comes and they turn green again. Then winter.
Yeah.
It doesn't have that gradual change like you get in the East Coast.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Over here, obviously, it's a bit different, but I like that it's not all cold, like I see.
No, that part I love, but I do miss certain aspects of being up north. No, like the snow that they've been getting the past 2 weeks. Oh, I'm so
Yeah,
I'm so
those storms
glad I'm
that
not there.
they're getting is depressing, man. I couldn't live
Yes,
in there.
and not even that. If you drive, Ramon, oh my God, my hands, my fingers would hurt because I would be gripping the steering wheel so tight, so I
Uh-huh.
don't get into an accident. I hated driving in the snow. Hate
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I hate it. I hate it when there is sleet over here, and that's not even a common thing. Yeah, I hate it when that
Mm.
happens because I can't move around, and I feel like I'm gonna get into an
But the sleep
accident.
doesn't last long, right? Because this ends up getting warmer and it
Mm,
goes away.
no, over here there was some snow up here, but uh, on, it was like for a couple of days, and it started
Well,
melting
we
up.
had that when we had that freak storm 2 years ago, and no,
Uh,
and we had that deep freeze a couple of weeks ago too, but it went away in like a day.
oh yeah,
We,
yeah, that's
we
good.
put it in like a day.
Hopefully we don't get another vortex coming all the way down here, like it happened
Well,
back a couple of years back that people pipes were bursting and people's houses were flooding. Yeah.
that's what happened. We lost power, and I went to a hotel. I said we're gonna stay in the hotel, so we
Yeah.
went to a hotel, and we were there nice and comfortable and everything. I got some food, blah blah blah, and the next thing you know, I'm working. I open the door and I see the I don't know what you call it, maintenance or whatever. He was running like agua, agua, ahí está saliendo agua.
Ah, sí.
A
Yeah.
pipe burst. I said, get the F out of here. We had to leave there and go back home
Ah, shit.
in the cold. But the
Ah,
cold lasted 2 more days. But yeah, the pipe burst. So he was running down and we saw that water and it was like, because everybody was Spanish.
yeah.
Where's the pipe burst? I was like, oh my God, now we got to pick up all that shit and go home.
Oh man.
It was crazy. Yeah, that was what, 2023, 2024, I think that happened.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a couple of years back. Dealing with that mess.
It was like one thing after another. With COVID and that. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm glad that we don't get over here is floods because I'm not in Houston. We don't get the floods because I remember family would always call. My mother would always call like, "Oh, are you guys okay?" I'm like, "We're not over there. Texas is huge, ma. We're not in that part of Texas." When they get that bad weather and the snow, because if you're up in Dallas, you're by Oklahoma, you get that cold. It still gets cold up there though in the winter.
Yeah, I'm sure there are a couple of hours up north in Oklahoma. And it's gonna get it's gonna get.
Not as cold as like New York. Like I said, I'm so glad I'm not there. I don't have to shovel my car out of the
Oh
snow.
yeah, yeah. Thankfully,
No.
I've never had to shovel snow, and I hope it stays that way because I don't want to live up there where people have to shovel snow.
Oh, and look for parking because you come home from work, Ramon, and you got to find parking, right? And if it's all that snow, sometimes when they do, because they're good with clearing the snow, the city, but they'll pile it up somewhere and they'll take up 2 parking spots, and then it's hard to get parking in New York, and you're like, oh my god, I can't find parking. If you don't come home early enough, and if you get home like 6, 7 o'clock, then you find the park. You're gonna have to keep driving around, or park like 4 or 5 blocks away from where you live at. Walk in the snow to get home.
Damn,
it's an inconvenience. Yeah,
I couldn't do. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. So
I learned to drive in New Jersey, and New Jersey is more like where we're like how we're living now because it's more suburban. And when I had moved back to New York and I had my car, I used to get upset. It would take me 10 minutes to get home from work, and it would take me an hour to find parking.
Oh,
sometimes an hour and a half. Yeah, and I used to cry like, "Oh my god, I can't find parking." And then when I did find it, I found it like really far. And one day, you know how you used to have the face, you used to be able to pop off the face of the radio. And I forgot. I forgot to take it off. So of course, the next day when I got to my car, somebody broke the window. So I said, "Here I go to go from Manhattan to the Bronx to go get the window fixed." That they have it on. All the mechanics and stuff are like on one avenue, and it was like $100 to get. It was. I don't know. I moved out of New York when I was like 19, 20, and I like New York, but not to live anymore. I didn't like living out there, especially when I started driving. Driving, I was like, no. I don't want to have a car and live in New York. It's no good. But I have good childhood memories, but nah. Now that's why I was like, oh, if it was snowing, I had to drive out there now, I would die. Having to go to work because just because it snowed, you might miss one day, but the day after that, you going to work no matter what it looked like out there.
I see. Yeah. You have to venture out in that weather and
embrace yourself and prepare yourself.
Yeah. I see. Well, thankfully, I've never had to deal with that. Now, in Puerto Rico, the trade-off is that it does rain a lot. So that can happen at any time, especially during hurricane season. You don't have to, you don't have to deal with cold weather, but you do have to deal with a lot of rain. So you have to
power outages, right? If you lose power, because hurricane season, you got to worry about floods and stuff, right?
Oh, definitely. You have to worry about flooding when there are storms. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a hurricane. It can be a tropical storm, and you have to worry about floodings and being out of power, and you have to make sure that you are safe, and that's the trade-off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So. Yeah, but still, if things were better, if the island was managed better, then I would rather be there. I mean, if I could,
I didn't know the governor was of Cuban parents.
Who?
The governor, whatever that woman's name is, the one that looks like Chris.
Yeah, Jennifer Gonzalez. She's Cuban herself. I have seen that picture. I have seen a picture of her of a selfie that she was taking with someone else. And she's holding up a Cuban flag because that's what she is. She's not really Puerto Rican, and she doesn't have any loyalty or commitment to our people. So
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, crazy. She got away with getting into the governorship of the island, but all she's doing is vacationing. She's vacationing, traveling, always out of the island. She doesn't do her job. She doesn't work. She's always either kissing ass, kissing up to Agent Orange, or
Wow.
traveling somewhere else. That's all she does. I mean, and she's lining up her pockets just like the many of the other politicians that are in the same political party that are a whole bunch of thieves that are stealing everything that isn't nailed down. And
Correct.
Jennifer Gonzalez is one of them. I mean, I call her la comandante, Comandante Gonzalez. I call her that because she has this very authoritarian thing. And recently, Bad Bunny and Residente, they wanted to bring a film project to the island, in which it will actually bring jobs, but because she sees them as zurdos, she sees them as communists, then she said no, because she hates Bad Bunny. She hates Bad Bunny with a passion, and they wanted to bring that project to the island, and they needed the permits. You know, that for filming a location, you have to talk to authorities and get permits. And she said,
Right.
she said no. She said no flat, just like that. And also because for film projects, you know that there are supposed to be certain tax credits that can be applied for because of the project being done in Puerto Rico, but she denied them that too. And of course, when work got out local on the island, of course, there were the the people that are loyal to the same party. There are a whole bunch of Republican wannabes, and they were going on and on. That communist, this, that fucking talk, which really really get fucking
Yeah,
tired.
because there's no communists there. How would that happen? What the communism is?
There is no communism in Puerto Rico. There are certain things locally that might be co-op, cooperativas, which is kind of like a socialized system for just a few certain things on the island. But because especially with the governor, she has the Miami Cuban mentality that she wants to see communism in everything, and everything that she doesn't like is a zurdo, meaning a leftist. And also on top of that, there are certain Miami Cubans that have this hatred for Bad Bunny because he has spoken against the president. He has spoken. Has spoken against him. So there are the Republican.
I saw the videos. I was like, wow. One guy was really pissed off. I was like, oh, he got some nerve.
Yeah.
What have you done for Cuba? And the commentator was like, what do you mean? Well, he don't got to do nothing for Cuba. What have you done for Cuba?
No, and that's what I was going to get into, because there are certain Miami Cubans that they have this hatred for Bad Bunny, but they are straight up demanding that Bad Bunny speaks for the Cuban cause. And like, what the fuck?
Why he doesn't have to. He don't have to do that. That's not his cause.
Have to. Puerto Rico is his priority. That's why he wanted, along with Residente, he wants to bring that project to Puerto Rico. It was a historical piece. It was going to be a movie telling a piece of our history. And they wanted to bring it to the island. They wanted to bring the project to the island, and the governor, who is Cuban, said no, because she hates Bad Bunny with a passion. Because she's spoken. The governor, she's a trompetera. She's a trompetera, and because Bad Bunny has spoken against Trump, she hates him. She hates him with a passion. And at around the time of the Grammys, I don't know if you saw the Grammys, and that Bad Bunny won major awards, including Album of the Year and all. At around the same time, they did un homenaje. They did kind of like a recognition to Daddy Yankee in what is called Capitolio, which is the Capitol building on the island. That was around the same time. It was 100% politicized, and it's because Jennifer Gonzalez and the PNPs, which is the party, the political party that she belongs to, she wanted to turn the old guard of reggaeton, of the movement, the people that are about my age and your age,
Right.
they were the ones that started the movement in the early 90s. She was along with Daddy Yankee. There were several of them. It wasn't just Daddy Yankee. There was the Gringo Baby Rasta. There was Lito over there. There were a few others that were part of the old guard of reggaeton. Those are the guys that are now middle age and they have grown kids and even grandkids of their own.
Right.
And they were doing an homenage to Daddy Yankee, but it was around the same time of the Grammys, and they were trying to turn the old guard against Bad Bunny because she hates him so much. She was trying to politicize that whole homenage a Daddy Yankee. That was 100% politicized. It was 100%.
And it shouldn't have been. That's what I'm trying to say. These are entertainers. So why are you trying to politicize stuff when you're dealing with entertainers?
Yeah.
Why you got feelings, of negativity over entertainers? They're entertainers. They don't affect politics like that.
Yeah, but because Bad Bunny has taken a stance before, especially what happened in what was in 2019 when there was a governor that was actually ousted, and it was
I remember.
It was all with peaceful protests, but Bad Bunny was in those protests. Ricky Martin too, and and other celebrities that wanted the governor at the time, they wanted him out, and because there's Ricky Rosselló, he was part of the same party as Jennifer Gonzalez and Pedro Pierluisi before her, and because he spoke loudly, very publicly against the governor at the time and wanted the governor out, just like along with the rest of most of the islanders, then she hates him for it. And because he's spoken against the president, she hates him for it, and because she knows that he doesn't like her, and she has this hatred for him. So that's why she blocked the project. Now they're gonna be having to do it in the DR. They're gonna have to film. They're gonna have to go to the DR to do this project, which is a movie about Puerto Rican history, but are gonna have to film it in the DR because that's the closest thing to it. It's unfortunate. I don't have a problem with it, but I do have a problem with the governor blocking the project.
Right. That's crazy. That is crazy.
She really has to go. She's already talking about running for re-election, and I hope that people on the island aren't stupid enough to re-elect her. But she hasn't really worked at all. All she has done is travel. I mean, and I'm not against there being a female governor, but in Puerto Rico, female governors don't work. It just doesn't work so well. A lot of the governor, there are male governors that they're stealing whatever they can, but they might do a little something here and there to appear to be working. But I'm sorry to say, but female governors, they don't do shit. Because the first female governor that we had on the island, that was around in 2000. She didn't do anything. All she did was remodeling the governor's residence, and she got married on the grounds of the governor's residence. That's all she did. That's all she did. She didn't do anything. But this,
so they picked the wrong women.
Yeah, but this one, not only it's not only that she doesn't work. She's not doing anything. She's just very having this animosity towards an entertainer that hadn't really done anything to her, may have criticized her, but she's a public figure and in politics, and they can be criticized. They have that mentality that she can't.
Just has the title.
She is entitled.
She just has the title, but she doesn't do anything. She just has the title. She's the governor title only.
Nobody respects her. Nobody respects her. But I really hope that in the next election, the fanatics, because unfortunately political parties sometimes have fanatics on the island. I hope that she doesn't get reelected, because there was an alliance. There was an alliance between two smaller political parties, and they actually came in second place. The governor, the political governor, but the the right wing kept screaming about him being a communist, which wasn't true. There were it was somebody who was more of like a social democrat, believing in social democracy, but he wasn't a communist. This whole label communist is just thrown around as an insult, and to anybody that doesn't agree with the right wing. And also, and this is something that repeats itself, in other parts of Latin America. The same thing that happens in Mexico, because the right wing wants Trump to invade the country. The same thing happens in Ecuador. The same thing is happening in Chile, and the same thing is happening with disastrous result in Argentina. Argentina is going down the drain. The president Javier Milei is running the country to the ground, and he's like a trompetero. He's like he has that same mentality, because he got into office, and he's like he's doing away with government institutions. And the last thing that I heard is that he's taking away workers' rights, and he's doing away with the unions, and he's giving all the power to the employers, and they are extending the daily they're gonna have people working longer hours and less workers' rights. They're trying to bring the country backwards, to some feudal lugarteniente, terrateniente, lugarteniente. I don't know what the word exactly that they were using, but it was kind of like getting back to the times of the landowners that that could exploit people in the plantation.
Feudalism. I think you call it feudalism in English.
Feudalism. He's trying to bring it back to that. And Chile, who made the disastrous mistake of electing somebody who was a Pinochetista. Ever heard of Augusto Pinochet? Ever heard of him?
¿Cómo se llama?
Augusto Pinochet of Chile. He was a dictator down there, and he was a right winger. But they made the mistake of electing somebody who is literally the son of literally the son of an escaped Nazi out of Germany.
Oh wow!
Who got all the way down to Chile.
Wow.
Because you know that after the Second World War, there were Nazi officers that went to South America. It wasn't not only to Argentina, but there were some of them that ended up in Chile too. Because if you look at the kind of like when they do military processions in Chile, they were
Third Reichish.
No, they were the uniforms that they wear are pre-Third Reich Kaiser era uniforms.
Wow.
Like they used to in Germany.
The baggy part on the thigh, and it comes in on the leg.
Yeah, with the spike on the helmet. You ever seen those?
Yes.
The Kaiser era helmet, spike coming out of it. They wore those uniforms in their annual celebrations of kind of like nationalism, whatever. So there is an influence there from Germany. But literally the son of an escaped Nazi out of Germany. That's the president now in Chile. So that's something that repeats, and that's what happens when people don't understand history, don't read history, don't know history. And what happens when you don't know history? You are bound to repeat it. And that's what's happening. Argentina is going down the toilet. I don't know what's going to happen with Chile, and that's how it is with these right wingers. Right wingers are full of hatred. They just want to destroy, steal, destroy shit, and fuck everybody else. And when somebody comes in and tries to help people, then they get labeled a communist, like Gustavo Petro, the Colombia guy. He was somebody who is known for being more of a socialist, but Colombia is actually improving. But he gets the communist label because he's a
Right.
socialist. I mean, and he was kind of like a rebel. He was a rebel when he was younger.
Mm.
Yeah, so that is all that mess of that bullshit.
But South America, for the most part, has always been like that. Like they never really had it. There's always some sort of corruption. So, I don't know. I guess in the Caribbean too, to an extent. So
Yeah, we all have to deal with certain levels of corruption. It's just that we need to get we need to get some discipline. If we want to govern ourselves, we need to get the discipline for that, especially Puerto Ricans, because we don't know what that is. We don't know what it is. Self-governance. We don't know what that is.
well, because they made it that way. That's what I'm saying. It's been like that over 100 years, right? That's what I'm trying to say. That's how Cuba is too.
No, but
Cubans are talking about why the Cubans over there don't do anything. What are they going to do when they're used to that? They don't know life. They don't know life outside of that. You understand what I'm saying? Like they don't know to fight, to have that fight in them to want to make change.
Yeah.
Once you've been used to something for so long, and then somebody tells you to do something to interrupt that system or change it, it takes a lot. Those leaders aren't born, right? Or they're made. Or I don't know what the saying is, but it's just like you haven't had that motivator yet, you know?
Yeah.
Just like in Cuba, to motivate the people to say, no, we want better, we want to do better. But if everybody has the same mindset, nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, you can't. That's not something that you can change it from the outside. An invasion is not gonna change that. I don't know what will happen. I really don't want Cuba to
Cuba's
be
a dependent country, right? So they're going to have to be dependent on whatever government's going to come in and do whatever they do. They're going to be dependent. They're going to play the role.
but that's the thing. There are people on the outside that want Cuba to be annexed. Annexed means to become a colony.
Yeah,
like
I know.
Puerto Rico is.
Yeah, I know.
That's all it means. That's all it means. And then
they can run it the way they want without giving you complete statehood. I get it. I get it.
Yeah, it's
totally
just gonna be
to their
another
advantage.
colony, because on the island we don't get to vote. We don't get to
I
vote.
don't know how they didn't do it to Cuba then, because they made it so that they can run it, but I don't know. They had some. Is it the Teller Act? There was something that was. They allowed the United States certain privileges, but not completely, like in Puerto Rico. I don't know how they, because Cuba was supposed to be just like Puerto Rico.
Well, it was invaded too. In the Spanish-American War, 1898. Both islands were invaded at around the same time by the United States.
Yep.
After that, something was worked out in which Cuba will get its so-called independence, but there was a lot of control from Washington.
Yep.
And they had a dictator there, that Fulgencio Batista guy. He was a dictator on the island for a long time. So that whole notion that was Cuba really better off before Castro?
The ones that benefited from it didn't see it that way, because of course, if it's not affecting you, then you don't see nothing wrong with that.
Right, the elite, right. They were the ones that were benefiting from it, and they own something, and they may have had their businesses, and they were doing okay when Batista was there, but the majority
they were doing better than most. That wasn't the majority of the island, and that's the whole thing. So the ones that had to leave because they nationalized,
they were the ones that could afford it. They were the ones that could drive
so
somebody to
it
get
didn't
them out.
affect them. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
So it didn't affect them. So if it's not affecting you and you're capitalizing off of it, then it's all good for you. And then he took it away from you, you know. So it's like, okay, he took everything from me. So yeah, you hate him, and then you come over here and then, you know, you act like you was destitute over here. You didn't come over here destitute. You know, not like the ones that came in the 80s. Because I heard the Cubans that came in the 80s, the ones that were here when they had to flee from Castro, they was treating them like shit. You know, porque eso eran los delincuentes, supposedly the majority of them, you know?
Yeah, that supposedly, the Mariel boat lift. And they were the ones, supposedly the ones that were in the jails. And but
Jails,
they could have been
delincuentes.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Supposedly, they weren't all. I'm just saying, like, you know.
Maybe there were some of them that were up to no good, but there were political prisoners. They may have been decent people that actually had something to say against the regime, and they were put in jail for it. So the Mariel boat lift was about that, letting people out of the jails, and so they could get to Miami.
Most of my mother's cousins came in the 80s, and you know eran delincuentes.
Right.
So, you know.
Yeah.
Some were, but not the majority, like, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But they didn't care for it. So, that mentality, that's like I said, they pushed it onto their kids. So their kids like Marco Rubio and stuff, they're around our age, so they have their parents' mindset. So I don't know what they're expecting. But they want America to take Cuba at any cost, and that's the part that I don't agree with, because I'm like, do you know there's people that's going to be suffering because of what they're doing. So so you want that's how you show your nationalism to the mother country, that you're willing to sacrifice what's there already so that you can get what you want at the end, because that's how I see it.
Oh yeah, because they think that there is gonna be something for them. It's kind of like in Venezuela, that Maria Machado lady, the one that gave her medal, the peace medal. They gave it to Orange, but that's because she really thought that she was gonna become the puppet dictator of Venezuela. And it didn't happen. It's someone else. The vice president was sworn in as the president now. So the regime is the same. Okay, Maduro is not in. Okay, fine. But the regime is there.
Right.
In Venezuela, it didn't change. Maria Machado, she thought that she was going to become the puppet dictator of Venezuela, and it didn't happen. What was it that what is it that Agent Orange said about her, that nobody respects her? Something along those lines. And he was right. He's right, because he's persona non grata in Venezuela now.
Crazy.
She's in hiding now somewhere in Europe. Crazy. I mean, she got the $1 million. So now she's in hiding, because talking about that she hurt her back or something like that, and that's why she doesn't go back to Venezuela or something. Fuck out of here. That's bullshit.
But yeah, they think they're gonna get something. That's why I'm like, so, you know, because I see it in comments a lot, and then I see it from younger Cubans, and I'm like, yeah, that's their parents and grandparents' mindset. Because I'm like, what you're talking about a place you've never been to, you never experienced. So what the fuck?
So they have gotten the politics passed down to them, but they don't care about what happens to the island or
not even that. But they don't have that that nationalism that you would have if you were born there. You know what I'm saying? Or like, you're not even first generation anymore. You're second generation now, maybe even third. So come on, now, like, get out of here with that.
Yeah.
You're speaking from a place of privilege. You're talking from the other side of the island. Go to Cuba and fix it. Go to Cuba and do something about it. That would show your nationalism to that country.
Yeah.
Not just you talking
not
shit
gonna
on
do
social
jack.
media and saying it. Bad Bunny should do that. Dicen con, you know what I'm saying? Like, get out of here with that.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. It's difficult for me to talk about it because I don't wanna be seen like I'm hating on Cuba.
We're here to talk about it. It's not hating, because if I had to say it about Puerto Rican, I would say it too, Ramon. It's just an opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
not directing it to me only. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I see it. You know. And sometimes I'm like, damn, that makes me a little angry. Like, what the fuck? You talking about it like,
Yeah, but
like you
with
do something.
yeah, we got criticized. We got criticized because we as Puerto Ricans we criticize the government of the United States, and then there are certain Cubans or Venezuelans that they start screaming at us, calling us communists.
Well, like you said, they don't know the history. Like, I didn't know the history of Puerto Rico till Denise started putting it up. And I was like, damn, I didn't know that happened. I didn't know that happened. I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? So that when you do encounter, people who have those opinions, you understand where it's coming from.
Yeah,
You
but
get it, because everybody just thinks citizenship and food stamps or welfare or whatever the fuck they're thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not looking at the whole picture. You're not looking at what they had to sacrifice to get the little bit that they got.
True, because they see that we have the passport. We can get a passport. And they think that we are supposed to be so grateful. But they don't understand how us getting the passport came to being. How did that happen? They don't understand that was back in 1917 that they granted citizenship to us. But that was so they could send us to fight a war.
War, yeah.
Nothing to do with us.
Exactly.
That's what the Miami Cubans don't get. It was because we were seen as disposable bodies, but we had to be granted citizenship first.
The wars, the forced sterilizations, in my Operation Bootstrap, so much that I didn't know before, and I get it. And I'm like, that's what Cuba's gonna get too. Prepárate.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah,
you want it so bad. You think it's gonna be so good. That's what I'm saying. They think que ellos van a ir para allá a reclamar. Ustedes no van a reclamar nada.
No.
Tú vas a ver. Look, you're gonna see how this how this administration is gonna play you. Come on.
If they could lift up, and this is as a Puerto Rican, it wouldn't benefit Puerto Rico if Cuba were truly free, because there is so much potential there. If it were managed properly, if Cuba was truly free, really free,
the United States,
so much truly free. No embargoes, no sanctions from the U.S., no blockades. That they could actually establish better relationships with, let's say, Mexico. Because I understand that Mexico does help them here and there as much as they can. And they have asked certain Cuba, they have asked if they would rather be annexed with Mexico, and they will say yeah. I mean,
this is another Latin American country, yeah.
Because there is already like a little bit of a relation, a little bit.
It's been like that for years, Ramon. Even before Castro, it's been like that with Mexico. It's been like that. Not super close, but they've always had like good relations since before Castro.
Yeah, because
remember, they're really close to Mexico. I was looking at a video where was arguing, saying that Cuba and Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico aren't part of the Caribbean. I'm like, Cuba's the largest island in the Caribbean. How are you going to say that they're not part of the Caribbean? Oh, they're more closer to the Gulf of Mexico, because they are. The northern part is closer to Mexico, but it's still in the Caribbean. That's where it's at. It's not in the Atlantic Ocean. It's in the Caribbean Ocean. So, of course, it's part of the Caribbean. They try to say the Spanish Antilles isn't part of the Caribbean. Yeah, they always try to say that.
That's usually somebody.
If they're not Anglophones, they're not part of the Caribbean, which is BS. Like, come on now.
Yeah, because they think these are people that think that the Caribbean is Jamaica, Trinidad Tobago, and maybe the smaller Virgin Islands, the Bahamas, or
the Anglophone is English-speaking countries. That's what they're trying to say.
They think that that's the real Caribbean, but
they even claim Panama, Belize, and Guyana, and that's not part of the Caribbean. Venezuela claims it too, in Colombia, because the coastline is the Caribbean, but they're not. They're not
Yeah,
from the
they try
Caribbean.
to say that. Yeah. I've heard that before. Because we speak Spanish, so that doesn't apply. No, they're from the Caribbean because you speak Spanish. Like
It's still there, just like the
look
French
at
speaking.
the map.
The
Look at
French speaking islands are Caribbean too. They just speak French. Es lo mismo. But the stuff that they argue about and they go back and forth with on social media, Ramon, I just be laughing sometimes. And sometimes yo pongo comentario, sometimes I don't. Like sometimes, and I want to put something like, because it pisses me off sometimes. I'm just like, please, you're doing too much. But yeah, now I'm noticing with the Cubans, and I realized that. Hold on a second. I don't get offended because I didn't grow up in Miami. So even Fulana said that Miami Cubans are different.
Oh,
we grew up up north on the East Coast. We don't have the same mentality. And for the most part, we don't have the same complexion. So it's a different outlook, you know? So I didn't realize it was like that until social media. And I've seen it more. And I know Fulana used to always go to Miami. When we were younger, they used to always go for the summer. I wasn't allowed to go. And I was like, Fulana, you never told me it was like that. She was like, girl, you didn't know that? I was like, hell no. And I see them on social media and I'm just like, and some people just talk some stuff. They still like praising Trump and all that. And I'm just like, didn't you, that lady that sang that song? And I have the video up there, how she was singing the Donald Trump song and then screaming and crying and they deported her husband. And I'm just like,
yeah, the one that was singing that salsa, that fucking salsa song about that they're gonna be voting for the.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
It's been happening frequently at the 333 Miami Avenue Federal Court building. Janet Correa's husband was detained this week. According to her immigration lawyer, he has already been placed on expedite removal.
Oh yeah.
That's so funny.
Army's a bitch.
I will vote.
I hate
Donald Trump.
Oh yeah, I hate that song with a passion.
Yeah, man. That's so funny. So yeah, I'm not. We don't come from that stock of Cubans, no.
Well,
and we got here. My family got here around the same time, but no.
Yeah.
It's like it's like they're delusion. They're in their own little bubble, so it's like a delusion at its finest, though. But let's see what happens. That's why I said I'm curious to see what happens. Because it's gonna happen. I don't know if it's gonna happen this month, next month, or by the summer. But
well,
what happens once the government gives
we
up?
will see. I know that there was a skirmish recently in which a speedboat apparently got shot, and there were a couple of people that were killed. And I don't know what's gonna be happening with that. Apparently, they were carrying weapons in the speedboat, and that got confiscated, and a couple of the people were killed. They were having some intention. They were trying to
Claro.
something.
They didn't say that they did. They actually gave them ammunition. And they gave them transportation. Nobody's gonna claim that one. That didn't drop out of the sky, you know.
Yeah.
So, but look, they ran into a surprise. They say it was the three letter organization funded, and they were the ones that were there, and that's why they shot first because they knew they were going to get caught. So it's crazy. It's just crazy how everything's happening. That sounds like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I wish I had my head in the sand because it's like this is too much information.
Yeah. Well,
it's scary times.
It is scary times. Sometimes, you know what it is having to live day and night, trying to be ready just in case somebody tries to knock down the ice, tries to bust down my door.
That's crazy, right? That's crazy.
I'm having to live like that because the ice gets double and try to knock on my on my door at any time, demanding that I open the door. And I'm gonna.
I don't look typically Hispanic, but I took off. I used to have my Cuban and Dominican flag in my car, and I took it down. I was like, I don't want to draw any attention to myself.
Yeah, I don't draw attention. I don't draw attention with that, because even if I were carrying
No, I'm saying they going after a certain look, and I don't have that look. But I said I don't want to draw attention to myself anyway. You know what I'm saying?
It's better you don't. It's
Yeah, so that's why I was like, let me just put this in my console. Because you never know, and it's you know why I say that, because I'm American born, but it's like once you get caught up with that, they're not asking no questions. You gotta figure that out once you're already detained. Like then you gotta figure out how you
are arresting people that are citizens and that have legal status, they're taking away anyway. So it's not.
That's what I'm trying to say. So that's
enforcement. It's persecution. We're being persecuted here. And it worries me. It worries me, but because I'm telling you, Titi, if someday you never hear from me again, maybe something did happen to me. Because if they try to enter my door, I have the means to protect myself, to defend myself. If they try to break down my door and they don't have a warrant, they're gonna leave me no choice. They're gonna leave me no choice but to defend myself.
And the law should work in your favor if it ever comes to that.
I'm inside, because I'm inside my place. If I'm inside a property that is under my control, meaning my home, then the law should favor me. But the thing is that with this corrupt administration that is giving all this fucking immunity to these Gestapo motherfuckers, I could still end up losing. I could end up losing my life. I could end up sent away.
Is it bad by where you're at? Because over here it's the next town over, and they haven't frequented that much because the majority over here is Hispanic, and I don't really see anybody worrying too much. But I did hear a few weeks ago that they were in the next town over. They said ICE was here, but I was like, in Texas it'd be a little bit harder because the majority in Texas is Hispanic.
Yeah. Yeah, there are millions. There are millions of people that are Hispanic. They're gonna round up all of us. Really?
Exactly.
It's not practical. It's not practical. I know that they have been targeting places like Minnesota and in Illinois. Because it's in blue states.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That Texas is a little bit different. Like, I mean, if Texas, I don't know, Texas would have been done it like that. Like ICE would have been a big presence to me here. I'm not saying that they're not going to come and get you if they have to, but I don't think it's going to be to the extreme that we've been watching on social media.
Yeah.
I don't think so. And I haven't heard
it in Arizona because there are so many Hispanics, but people over there have guns. People over there,
like here too. That's like everybody has it.
And they have already said. I think it was in Arizona. There were many people that were already saying that if ICE is trying to snatch people off, they could end up getting hurt. Because people will protect themselves.
I'm sure they're aware of that. So I think they know where to go. They know where to go. And nobody's talking anymore about people that got killed by ICE. That's what I'm trying to say. Like we're on to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. What happened with that nurse that got shot and that woman that got shot? What's going on with that? And supposedly, allegedly, well, no, they put in the news, the person who broke into Mar-a-Lago. What happened to that?
If it happened, did it actually happen? Would be my question, because we haven't seen anybody. We haven't seen a picture. I haven't seen a name. I haven't seen a picture of the suspect. I haven't seen a body, somebody dead actually. So I think that could be fabricated.
That's what I think.
I think they made that up because they're not giving any details. We don't know anything as to who it was.
It was too neat. Like I said, they found it, they apprehended him, they killed him. There's nobody to talk to because they took care of it.
Yeah, because supposedly they killed him on the spot. I mean, you're gonna kill somebody on the spot. Was he actually armed? What is the weapon? What is it? What is the person? What is the weapon that supposedly they were trying to?
Or the family? Did the person have family?
We haven't heard from that. I haven't heard if there were any family members. I haven't heard anything.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm being sarcastic because it's true.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hi.
That's a lot. So Ramon, it's 3:00. I'm supposed to wake up early so I go clean my car and do all this stuff. But my plans never work out the way I want it to work.
Yeah.
I
You have
swear they never do.
you have it all organized in your mind, but it never works out.
Right, it never manifests the way. And I always get angry, just like this live. I was supposed to go live at 8:00, 9:00. I didn't go live till damn near 11:00. I said nothing ever, and every week, when I say I'm gonna do it, I try to do it early. It's just, I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna do it.
All right.
If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's how I'm gonna do it.
Yeah. All right then. Hey, thank you for having me on your live stream. I know that I tuned in kind of late, but this was
but
fun.
you kept it going. You kept it going, so that's cool.
Yeah. For some reason, I'm not all sleepy as I usually am at about this time of night. So this was good. This was good. I mean, this was fun, and hopefully we do this again soon.
For sure. You wasn't sleepy because you didn't have to go to work the next day. Because if you knew you had to go to work, you would have felt sleepy while you was watching it.
Yeah.
That's how my brain works. I don't get.
Yeah.
If I know I don't have to go to work, I'm not tired.
Exactly. That's right.
That's how work controls us, Ramon.
All right. Well, we'll talk again soon. Thanks for having me. You have a good one and have a good night.
You too. Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
All right. Bye-bye. So everyone, I'm going to shut it down. I'm sick as a dog. Every time I go on mute, I'm coughing up a lung here. It really hurts, but I want to thank everybody for stopping by and joining us and discussing this week's topics, this week's news. Thank you, everyone. Have a good night. Bye-bye.